So wonderful to have you. Welcome. Thanks for showing up. Hi, Nixon. Um, that was Nobody's Buying Flowers from the Flower Lady by the late great Phil Oakes. Check him out. Um, and so it's just so exciting to be with you guys. I think the way to begin is probably as we have been. Um, So let's start with any kinds of comments on any breakthrough you have achieved, um, or anything significant you've learned that you found um, great value in, or um, something that you've been looking at and it just seems to be confusing. Let me see if we can unlock it for you, because I can assure you if it's been confusing you, it's been confusing more than you. Um, Remember that um, I'm certain that um, you becoming proficient in this method is my responsibility. So I would just appreciate your help with that by letting me know what you're getting and where you might have been stuck or confused. Um, Whitney, your hand is up there. What's been going on?
Hmm. So I realized last night that something that you and I, John, worked in the clinical hypnosis training was successful. And
Oh,
yeah,
what was that?
yeah, it was. So I, my partner, he would sometimes gasp, and the gasp could be like, oh, he found something interesting that he was reading on his phone. It could be a gasp of, oh, that I don't like that. Or it could be him just remembering to breathe. And that would trigger this response in me of suddenly going, what's wrong? What's wrong? What needs to get done? What's like, tell me what's wrong so we can fix it. And that would surprise him and kind of trigger him. And then his surprise would trigger me. And so we just kind of do this back and forth thing. And that could happen like once or twice a month, and we addressed that in class, and I just realized that, oh my gosh, that doesn't happen anymore. So apparently this stuff works.
Aren't you lovely? And thank you for that amazing uplift there.
Mhm.
Barbara?
Hey, John, I just wanted to share a personal experience. I met with an RRT person just the other day and working on some anger things that I could feel in the pit of my stomach. And it's all clear now. And I haven't had that sensation in my gut. So when you talk about how powerful it could be, on helping to heal the body, it's true. Just like Whitney says, I guess it works.
That's superb, and we're so grateful that you shared that there. Marina?
Well, I just want to share that I'm super grateful for the all the ways of thinking that we learn, especially scientific way of thinking. I have a client who's been through extensive, repeated cancer treatments, and which left him handicapped. His cancer clear, but he's handicapped. So he's been really struggling with, um, well, why me? Why shouldn't like regretting or grieving over his past capacities when he doesn't have anymore. So scientific way of thinking has been like a lifesaver. And also like today for specifically, we talked about, the ridiculousness of the importance, you know. So anything that you're teaching us, this perspective is like, I'm so grateful for it because it's definitely like making a difference. Um, like we talked about, like, like the importance doesn't have any value. Um, no, we got to the point where nothing is important, and none of that could have been the other way. And yeah, so, and at the end of the session, he was completely like calmer, more clear, more present. Yeah, so I'm super grateful for that. John, you're muted.
We're viewing things in such a very, very, very different way from basically anybody you will connect with and talk with. And but it's quite amazing how well you're doing, sort of moving people gently into a radically different viewpoint than they've had throughout their entire lives. Radically different, and I would say not just different, but in full opposition to. So just imagine somebody has a worldview that's prevalent since early childhood, and they have seen everything through it, and here you go and offer a different point of view that it's not just a different flavor, it's in opposition to everything they have heard. Hence, it's in opposition even to what people might describe as their values. So for you to offer something that's opposing all of that and make it out of there alive is astonishing, that you can actually bring people into that that belief is just so lovely. And then it's amazing to hear the reports from folks as to what happened when this worldview changed. So I'm describing the RRT process as a philosophical, experiential, educational, and it is. Psychological, not so much. If we compare it to what people are talking about when they do psychology, which would include, all of the mental health disciplines, social work, counseling, what have you. This is a very radically different philosophy. So we're really offering a experiential and philosophical approach to promoting optimal living, and with the intention that that will begin affecting the globe, so that people are globally doing things that that cause the possibility of survival for our children and the children's children. So I'm so excited that you're picking this up and sharing it with others. And when you have any difficulty with any of that perspective, please let us know that, because that's very valuable for the rest of us to understand how to move through that and move ahead. Natalia, dear.
Hi, everybody. So I talked to a person who's an alcoholic, and I told him I could help him remove the guilt. But he told me that it's because of the guilt that he doesn't drink anymore. So that is kind of backwards from what I've learned here. So I didn't know what to
Yes.
say.
Well, the 12-step programs are seeped in that way of thinking. They're deeply seeped in moralistic thought. I mean, simply the process. Think of the process of making amends. So this system, the 12-step system, I believe, is just wonderfully effective in assisting people. And I think there are a few things they've got going for them. And one is that, if you got kidnapped and dropped off in a hayfield in Kansas, you're probably 10 minutes away from the nearest meeting. No matter where you are, you're a few minutes away from a meeting. And they've got something else going for them, which is they believe the way to get better is to get other people better. And hence they have this sponsor process. And you go into restaurants and you'll see people like deeply involved in a very long conversation over a cup of coffee, and going over sections of what they call the big book, and how to apply it. So there's no question that I have that has effectiveness. And I think I might have mentioned the other day, people who are involved in religious movements that are tight, tend to outlive people who aren't. So there are things we want to credit as being accomplished by people who are thinking very differently. But here's a fella that has felt guilty about things he's done while drunk, probably. And you're talking to him and saying, I can alleviate your guilt, which isn't a good idea to tell people, I don't think. What would be a better idea would be to say, the process that I'm utilizing has shown itself to be effective in alleviating guilt. And a number of people talk about how things they felt guilty and ashamed about have disappeared. So if I'm meeting with somebody who's asking me, can this help me? I remember that I'm not wearing a turban and I'm not functioning as a psychic. And how would I know? It's never been applied. Will this pot of water boil if I put it on the stove and turn on the flame? I don't know. But I can tell you, I've seen other pots of water boil in similar circumstances. So just as you present this thing, if you want to claim things that have happened. Don't tell people what will happen. Now, other forms of assisting people do tell people what will happen, and also tell people that they need to believe in order to succeed. I would suggest that the way we think of it is that belief would follow success, not precede it. So So I'm thinking the whole notion of thinking that belief has to precede success. I mean, where is there logic in that? Um, um, and logic doesn't seem to be restraining people who are into much of what's offered with coaching, psychotherapy, the whole manifestation world. Um, but I just thought of a bunch of things that I censored. So I'll get back to um, Natalia's thought about guilt. So this fella, guy, so I can use the appropriate pronoun there.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
guy.
If he values guilt, how did it come to be that you got involved in a conversation with him where you said you could make it go away? Did he ask you to make it go away?
No, we were just talking about how alcoholics rely on certain
Yeah.
feelings.
And in that kind of situation, dear, um, somebody who's had their life destroyed, probably for years, by
Mhm.
addiction to whatever, sex, alcohol, gambling, um, drugs, um, whatever, and now has finally found um, um, a way to move past that.
Mhm.
And they've moved past it with a particular philosophy.
Mhm.
Um, and your likelihood of shifting that philosophy for that individual is um, I'm not sure you have a high likelihood, but in addition to it not being likely, I'm not even sure that it's a shot I would take. Um, you know, um, there there are so many people out there suffering so deeply that really are ready to meet with you and perhaps look at something in a very different way. I wouldn't want you to um, um, be frustrated by trying to get people to shift the way they think about things um, when there isn't any motivation to do so, and there's a strong motivation not to do so. So somebody tells me they've been in a 12-step program for 10 years and they believe all of these things, and they believe that this is the only way for them to be sober, which many of them do. Um, um, they would think even of a different approach to sobriety for someone else as something that's quite disturbing and threatening, because many folks are believing not only that that approach works, the 12-step approach, but that it's the only approach that actually works.
Mhm.
Um, and and so when there's another approach that is generally requiring less from people, well, no, you don't have to do all these things. You can get to the same place just doing this. Those folks are going to be up in arms against that thing, even if it's not coming directly at them, because if that idea in his mind gets space in his mind, he's likely to go back into full-fledged addiction.
Okay.
So, you know, we don't have to convince people of things because we're not even convinced ourselves.
Mhm.
I'm not telling you that any of the way I'm offering you to think is correct,
Mhm.
only that thinking this way has had these results that I know to be correct.
Okay.
Um, so I can tell you that Whitney had um, a shift in something that was going on between her and this amazingly lucky human that spends time with her. And so I'm not optimistic about that. I'm certain about that. Um, but are the beliefs that Whitney um, had or looked through, and a belief, of course, is an action, were those correct? Oh, well, I don't know. Well, she learned it from you. I still don't know. I don't know what's correct. Um, and hence we're not we I don't know. There it's not that we don't have a mission, but I'm not thinking we're missionaries.
Mhm.
Um, thank you, dear, for your comment. I hope I um, spoke about that.
Yeah.
All right. Um, we spoke quite a bit about mind, body healing, how we can use the mind to cause healing in the body, to accelerate and deepen. At this moment, there is moisture in your mouth. Notice it for a moment. And then as you notice it, notice that it increased as you noticed it. So as you notice that the moisture is increasing in your mouth, know that that's just a way of showing people that as they're aware that there's healing going on within the body. So just think the words, even now, my body is healing. And as you do, that will shift. Well, that will cause it to increase. That will cause it to increase. Um, so they came up with this interesting thing called biofeedback, and they take this thing and attach it to this guy's finger, and basically it costs about 600, I think, six and change for this thing. It's called a temperature trainer. Um, and it's a thermometer, if you will. And Karen, you know what kind of thermometer you get for about 600 bucks? Damn good one. So you hook this to this guy's finger, and it's hooked up to a little box, and maybe the box has a light, and the light goes on. And he says, what's going on here with this box with the light? And you say, oh, the light went on because there's warmth in your finger. And he says, yeah, but it's getting brighter. And you say, that's because as you noticed the warmth in your finger, it caused it to get brighter. Yeah, but it's getting still brighter. That's because as you notice that the warmth is increasing, it increases still more. And so, I mean, that's a really interesting way to sell very expensive thermometers to mental health professionals. But but I think there's a great deal to learn from that. And that is what we notice will increase. Let's apply that to healing. Then they came up with neurofeedback, and that's pretty amazing stuff. The biofeedback was working on things in the body, something called galvanic skin response and temperature and things such as that. Neurofeedback works with brain waves. So that's pretty phenomenal. Did I share with you my experience with neurofeedback? So I had a friend who I was working for a while in a mind-body mind-body institute of a hospital. And I was exciting to be there. And I met a fella and we became friendly. And he was a psychologist and he specialized in neurofeedback. And he offered to check my brain and give recommendations. So I did that. And he told me that there were certainly things that were wrong in the way my brain was working, which caused me to have difficulty paying attention to things that weren't interesting to me, and I needed treatment for that, and so I went, and he sat me in front of a computer screen and he put many different things on my scalp that were actually reading things from within my brain. And I was in front of this computer screen and he turned the computer on and there was just a picture of like a hill. It's kind of like a hill sort of made of sand. And it just was sitting there. And he said, okay, you're all set. I have things to do. But you just continue with this. And I said, continue with looking at the screen, you mean? He said, yeah, you'll be all right. You mean just this sort of hill? Yeah. Look, just do that. I got to do some things. And so I did. And I looked at the hill. And I really tried my best, but it was very tedious for me to look at this thing. Just, I mean, it was the most boring picture you could imagine, a picture of like a mound of sand. And eventually, thank goodness, this bird-like thing. I mean, it got sort of like a primitive computer representation of a bird flew over the hill, which, you're probably thinking, big deal. But let me tell you, you just look at a hill for about 10 minutes, and it is a damn big deal if a bird flies by. So I was excited about that. And it wasn't too long until there was another one. And then there were more birds, and they were coming from everywhere. And I was excited about that. And then there were more birds. And then the hill itself, something happened and it started shooting out sparks. And then it was shooting out more and more sparks. And it was like this whole 4th of July situation. And I was so like excited with it. And then it all ended. And he came and took those things off my head. And he said, you should come back on Thursday so we can do more of this. How was it for you? And I said, well, you're my friend, so I'm going to be honest with you. I think this movie really has a bad start. I mean, I had to really pay attention to this thing for a long time but I do want to compliment you because it began getting better. And then it got much, much better. And the ending, wow, that was like 4th of July finale. I thought this was a good film overall. I would rate it about a 3.5. Um, and will I be watching a different movie next time? And he said, John, that's not a movie. I said, oh, yes, it is. I watched the whole thing from beginning to end because I love you, dude. But I don't think I would do this for many people because I'm just watching a frickin' hill. He said, it's not a movie. And he explained to me that this thing was checking out my brain. And then my brain produced a brainwave that the machine was quite happy with. And so it wanted to reward me, and it did so with a bird. And then my mind got, whoa, if you make more of those brain waves, you might look out and get some more birds. And so it began producing these brain waves, which I later learned are good if you are intent on being able to focus your attention on things that aren't interesting, which is pretty much essential for success within the school system, at least as I knew it. Um, and 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 that's what was going on. Well, why would I waste your time with that? A couple of things. One is what we're doing as we're creating shifts in consciousness is noticing appreciatively what we would increase. And there are things that overall have about as much appeal as a bird flying by a screen. I mean, so what? But Tessa sees somebody's finger jump and she's like all beside herself. Oh, yes, yes, good. And so we like things like that, and then we get more jumps in the fingers. And if we, know what we're doing with that, we can get the guy's hand to be stuck to his head where he can't seem to pull it off no matter how hard he tries. And that, of course, has great value if you're bored and want to get people's hands stuck to their heads. Or cause them to heal from cancer, you know. So, depending on what floats your boat, kiddo. Mary, dear. Mary.
Hey, I didn't even know my hand was up. But this may be a question for another forum. I was wondering what you said the 12-step programs that they put in very much effort when they can do much less and get the same effect.
Well, I think people that are doing things the hard way, if they are not aware there's an easier way.
Mhm.
So, you continue to commute back and forth with this route, but if somebody tells you, hey, you can actually get there, save 15 minutes if you turn over here, then you might be interested in it. But if you think that if you mess around with a proven formula, you might go back into active addiction to heroin. I would think that you'd become rather conservative in your openness to somebody who's telling you, oh, you can accomplish that much more easily. But I know that my friend Kat spends significant time lifting very heavy things into the air just to put them right back where they were before she started. And I have some really good news for her. because I just saw advertised on the TikTok shop a thing that'll do all of that muscle building for you. You just kind of put this little jacket on and go to sleep. And there you go. It just goes brrrr, and it actually will build your muscles much faster than you could possibly do it lifting weights. But you know, you take somebody like Kat and she says, yeah, well, I would love to talk to you longer, but I got to go to the gym. You know, I mean, what can I tell you? Some people are hopeless. Christine,
So with the noticing appreciatively to get something to increase, so I guess I have,
noticing it with condemnation will get it to increase.
pardon?
Parents, I said, you don't need to notice it appreciatively. You can notice it with anger and criticism to increase it also.
Mhm.
Parents have discovered that, haven't they? You yell at the kid and he does the thing again more.
Yeah.
Mommy says, little Tony, you just wrote on the refrigerator and that gave mommy a headache. And little Tony looks at the marker and thinks, damn, what else can I do with this thing? So noticing things appreciatively, you know, is what I would recommend for you. But folks are causing all kinds of things to increase by noticing them with condemnation as well. Christine, other things, dear?
Yeah, so I was wondering about ADHD. So with RRT, are there particular approaches within RRT that are might specifically help somebody pay attention more to things they're not interested in, to cope with this situation, which is having been diagnosed with ADHD, but before the diagnosis, the person just couldn't function. So I guess it doesn't matter what the diagnosis is, but
Can we
so
affect the way people attend to things utilizing processes you're learning from me? Yes, of course.
yeah.
You see it happening all the time.
Mhm.
So moving forward, I'm going to see if if I have any better luck sharing this film that I had an interest in sharing because we're interested in mind-body healing, and this the film addressed that and physical pain, chronic pain. Let me see if I can get it to work. I've heard that you have been dealing with some tension, even pain, and I want to understand. So, talk.
Oh, okay. My neck and shoulder and back hurts all the time, and the only thing I can do to relieve it is stretching backwards, but it doesn't stay gone.
And that helps a little.
It helps a little.
And the pain has been like that for how long?
I would guess 10 years.
And have you, I guess, checked with medical people? And they didn't have any solutions. So I'm interested in this. So you can sense it now. Do you need to move to feel it?
No.
Right there. Let's create a design representing the way your mind is processing information, which is causing the sensation, which has been troubling. Make up a design. Got it? Good. We're done with that. And I'm intending
that you're comfortable. Now, when I meet with people around physical, medical sort of issues, pain, chronic pain issues, I don't know how things are going to shuffle out. Sometimes there's a dramatic, immediate shift. Sometimes there's a subtle improvement over time. There's nothing I can do to understand what will happen prior to doing it. I can tell you that nobody has ever gotten worse as a result of anything I've done. And that the process itself isn't painful. And I mention that because much of what is done for people who are dealing with issues involving pain is painful or could make something worse. And this can't possibly make it worse and isn't painful. So it's worth a shake, don't you think? So I'm seeing you where.
Okay, so I think there were some things right within the beginning there. That's the advantage of me sometimes doing this with a film rather than live. I think there were some things in the beginning there that are worth noting. Is there anybody who learned anything from what we've already done who hasn't previously spoken to me much here? Is there anybody who learned anything who hasn't previously spoken up? Is there anybody that's learned anything that hasn't previously spoken up? Not so much. But Jocelyn, we'd like to have you speak up more. So what is it, dear, that you learned?
What I noticed was that you got her to, when you asked her for that, to create a design, you got her to agree to the mind, the way the mind is interfacing with data to cause the pain that she's been feeling. So you got her to agree that the pain is generated from a certain part of the mind. And she just went right along with it.
Yes, yes, thank you. That's a wonderful thing to notice. Barbara, what came to mind?
I liked when you didn't really make any promises. You had said, sometimes people experience a dramatic shift and sometimes it's subtle over time. And isn't it worth a shot?
Yeah, I did want to make sure you got that, because I never want you to overpromise. But if we could make never stronger than just your ordinary never, or to think about how to do that, please particularly don't overpromise cures to medical conditions. That puts you in the category of what they call a snake oil salesman. Those were the folks in the Old West that would pull up with a cart, pulled by some donkey, and have a wonderful potion that would cure anything in the world. And the reason that he came in a cart with the donkey is because after he sold a bunch of this stuff, he would hightail it out of town before people realized it didn't do anything. We don't want to do that, but we can say that there have been uh, 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 people who have benefited. That's accurate. And I don't recall anybody getting worse, other than the thing that happens when I meet with people that could be a potentially negative side effect would be disappointment. Hence, I would look to avoid that by not overpromising. Of course, you can't control what somebody's hoping, no matter what you're promising. But I'm so glad you pointed those things out. That would be, I think, the best way for you folks to begin anytime you're addressing medical issues, and maybe even when you're addressing other things. It certainly makes sense to say, this is what I've seen happen. Let's see what happens here. Daniela.
I just want to say that, yeah, I noticed that as well. And I just watched a video on anxiety from you, where you were saying the same thing to the client. You were saying, I cannot promise you something along the lines that you wanted to show her how the body responds to anxiety. And at least you wanted to, if something for her to was a takeaway, was at least that, to know how her body is responding to anxiety. And then you started to explain to her, and of course she got much better at the end. But I just love the approach of like just inviting her to understand something with you without promising. You know, I love that.
Thank you, dear. I appreciate your comment. Eleni?
I really liked how you mentioned that it wouldn't hurt, because with like a lot of chronic pain issues, they probably have tried a lot of things that have ended up hurting. So that anxiety pre-session where it's like, is this going to hurt? Is this not going to hurt? I think by you alleviating that it won't, that there won't be any additional pain, I think that can already begin to make a
The
difference.
concern with medical treatments are they can certainly hurt, but they can also cause many medical issues. So the term iatrogenic illness is physician-caused illness. And I would say there's plenty of iatrogenic emotional or mental issues caused by people in the mental health field. I don't think that's anybody's intention, but I do think that it can work that way. So might as well see if we can get people better, because we don't have to drug them, we don't have to cut them, we don't have to do things that will be painful, and we don't have to do things that would potentially harm their body. I remember getting a call from a physician who said to me, John, I'm wanting to refer this lady to you. I really would like to, it if you would help her. And I said, well, what's going on? And he said, well, she's got these illnesses and we've done everything we can. I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, we did a lot of diagnostic testing, of course, and then tried a number of medications. And then when they weren't successful, we did do surgical interventions. And since none of that's working, has worked, we're actually ready to resort to hypnosis. And I said, yeah, I said, I'm all in with that one, Doc. And I think, you did certainly put her through a whole lot of very uncomfortable tests and then drugged her a number of times, and then you started slicing her up. And gosh, since all that didn't work, we might actually resort to talking to her. Maybe the way you prioritize treatments would be a little different. Like maybe somebody should finally resort to seeing you. Anyway, that's not the best thing to do if you want to get a ton more referrals from that person. Felicia.
Yeah, sorry, I have a sore throat, so I probably sound a little bit more like
You
a man.
sound fine, dear.
When you were interested in like asking how long she had already experienced the pain, I liked how you emphasized, I'm interested in this. And then there was one little piece that you said, you asked her, do you need to move to feel it? And I thought that was like a good question to ask. And then just similar with what everyone else, how you were claiming what has happened and what's worked, and you weren't, like how you emphasized on that there could be subtle movement improvement, or there have been dramatic improvements.
Thank
But
you. Yeah, good job, dear. Let's go back.
It's all processed in a different way. Now, have you been thinking that the way your mind has been processing information has been causing that discomfort? If so, you're the only person I've ever met who has that feeling when they feel aches within their body. It tends to feel like the part of the body that you notice is causing you to hurt. Hence, people say, my back is hurting me. My leg is hurting me. And haven't you thought of it that way sometimes? My back is hurting me?
Sure.
Yeah. And since our mind take things literally, that if we translate that to imagine how mind feels when it hears that this part of the body is hurting the rest. So it kind of becomes like an enemy. And so if somebody came to you and they said, my leg is hurting me, you probably wouldn't say, well, why don't we just try this? Why don't you spend 5 minutes a day hating your leg? And you can build it up to maybe 30 minutes of absolute hatred directed toward your leg. If that would make it better, you'd do it. But you don't have any possibility, you couldn't possibly. But that's sort of what's been going on. And I don't mean maybe that dramatically, but somewhat, that's been background music for this thing. My leg is hurting me. My foot is hurting me. Does that make some sense? And then mind gets it that way and isn't feeling very charitably disposed to whatever part of the body is hurting, because it's viewed as hurting you. And I wouldn't want anybody hurting you, and I would mess with them if they tried. And I wouldn't be surprised if your own mind had that kind of reaction to the whole thing. Oh yeah? You're going to hurt her? Well, take this. And that would have the whole thing kind of working in not such a good way. Make sense?
Absolutely.
So I'm seeing where, if nothing else, that's totally resolved. And no part of your being thinks that any part of your body is the enemy. And that would be a shift right there. Does that make sense? So I'm seeing you where if somebody says to you, so your back's been hurting you? You would say, no. I thought you said your back was hurting. I did. But it never gets languaged in that crazy way again. Make some sense?
Yes.
Okay. So let's do let's do this to start. We'll just do some stuff recognizing energy, because I'm seeing you really much better, and you're good with that. So we're on the same team. You know, we're on the same team, and our energy comes together. And do you get it that it expands? I mean, you get it that if we brainstorm a business idea, you have 9 ideas, I have 2, we ended up with 11? Yeah, it's going to go big, big, big. If we brainstorm anything, we put our heads together on anything, it's not 1 and 1 is 2. It's not even 200. It's just going to magnify. So we've got that kind of energy going on between us. Hey, if you wanted to represent that energy with a color, what color?
Yellow.
Of course. And so it's beautiful and radiant yellow. What scent?
Smells like the ocean.
The scent of the ocean, radiant yellow light, and the sound of
Birds.
what wild animal or bird would inspire you?
The eagle.
So eagle is soaring, flying smart like you do. Not trying to beat his wings faster than a sparrow, but happy to just like use the powers to be transported to the best possible place, laying down on the air. So I love that for you. I love you flying smart. So eagle and yellow and birds and the scent of the ocean are all so powerful. As your mind is clear, you're free, clear and free. Your mind is clear, you're free. And all of those things resonate, reverberate, and unlock additional power. Does that make sense? So would you scoot into me and then put your hand an inch from mine. Yeah, bring it in slowly till you start to feel the energy. Look here, but bring it in till you start to feel the energy. And then let the energy just kind of push it out. And then go ahead and bring it in till you start to feel the energy. Yeah. And you're not nearly as close as before. So go ahead and let it move it out. And then bring it in, but stop as soon as you feel it. Yeah. And notice how that's getting bigger and bigger. And move it out. And just once more in and then just fall. That's it. And then but slowly up, always up. Easy, slow, and nice. Easy, slow, and nice. So eyes in. Finally, there you go. Good. And as energy continues to come together and expand, we're doing that as more of the like harness and getting more of it and it's bigger. Make some sense? So that is already going on for us. So the prime directive is that your mind is, well, the prime directive, of course, is survival. So when the mind of the life form causes the sensation of pain, it's not trying to hurt that animal. Because the way we've got it, the thing that's hurting camel, if camel is feeling pain, is mind of camel. So it's not trying to hurt that life form, it's trying to get it to do something or not do something in order to make something stop. So there's always a positive intention regardless of the consequence. Most people aren't really thinking about pain that way. Hey, let's say we do a talk together in front of a group of medical students. We're invited into the school. These are still students, but they're advanced medical students. And we're going to do a talk. And you say to me on the way over, you say, we better be dramatic because these people are like studying 18 hours a day. They don't have much time for sleep. Unless we're like jazzy, they're going to fall asleep on us. So we put together a show designed to keep them awake. And so you're there in front of the class, addressing these students. I'm assisting you, I'm in the back. You've got Ben, and he's sitting on a bench in front so they can see him. Not bench, a stool. He's kind of high in the stool. I'm in the back with this specially trained dog in a cage. You signal me when the appropriate moment is, because we want to keep these students with us. You give me the signal, I pull the lever. And this dog has been especially trained for one particular task. And you know, you can train for one task where he does the thing he's trained to do. He runs like a bullet, leaps into the air like Superman, and grabs his teeth onto the calf of the guy on the stool, which unfortunately for Ben is him. So the teeth are clamped, dog is hanging from his mouth, blood is spurting, Ben is screaming, and students are awake. And so you get this as a teaching moment. And you say to Jody, who's in the class, you say, Jody, what is your impression of what's going on for Ben? And Jody says, yeah, he's in agony. You say, good, Jody. Now, Jeffrey, what do you think is causing that for Ben? And he says, that dog is biting his leg. And you say, well, let's think about that together. And you get them all lined up in twos and march them all to the front door where there's a big old yellow school bus. They haven't been on one of them in a long time. But all of them do as you tell them, which is they enter the bus and find themselves in these old school bus seats, and the driver drives everyone to the beach, where they all walk together in twos right out toward the ocean. And they stand, waiting, anticipating the next part of this educational experience. And not long after that, Ben is walking down the beach with his cute little 4-year-old daughter. He loves her so much. He's got our great big blanket with all the cartoon characters she loves the best. And he's got her hand, and she's so happy, and she loves being as close as possible to the water, and he loves her. So they're going to get as close as they can, and they get there together. And it's a windy day, so he's like patting down this blanket so it doesn't just blow away with her in it, you know, because he's keeping her safe. But while he's patting this down, he looks up, and kid has run into the ocean. And he's horrified because there's a giant wave. Knocks her down, pulls her under, and he's getting up. And I let the dog out. And he's trying to get to the thing. But dog leaps into the air, grabs him by the calf, and he's running in to get his daughter. Can you see it? With the dog hanging off his leg. Teaching moment. So you say, Doris, how much do you think the dog is bothering Ben? And she and the rest say, Ben doesn't know there's a dog. Why not? Because the dog, it's not the dog. It's Ben's mind prioritized protection of Ben's leg and caused a sensation to get him to do something to get the dog off his leg earlier. Now Ben's mind isn't prioritizing the protection of his leg, doesn't care about the dog, prioritizing his daughter not drowning, and hence he doesn't even know there's a dog on his calf while he's running toward the ocean. And the students have followed you and understand this message that we needed to rather dramatically portray to them, which is that it ain't the dog that's hurting. And it's certainly not his leg that's hurting. But it's mind sending a signal in order to cause an action. That's it. That's it. And the action is designed to serve the prime directive, which is survival. Make some sense? Now, you understand future, past. This part of your mind doesn't. This part of your mind does, this part of your mind doesn't. The thing you call I does, the thing you call self does not. So here's what went on. Like 10 years ago, your mind caused this sensation in order to get you to do something, in order that you not die. It's not getting you to do something to further higher education or better partner selection. Not that thing, right? That thing is interested in some pretty basic stuff, like survival. We can sugarcoat it, but it's basically don't die, right? It's designed to get you to do what's necessary in order to not die. Do you get that that's what's been going on? So, speak up a bit. I hear you, but I want to entertain the rest of the world. Absolutely. Yes. So your mind has been sending a signal in order to get you to not die. When?
10 years ago.
Yes. So your mind is trying to make sure you don't die 10 years ago. So feel that thing in your back? You remember that? Well, we know that that has definitely a good purpose, right? Very positively intentioned. I share its intention. I don't want you to die 10 years ago either. Aren't you on the same team? Yeah, none of us want you dying 10 years ago. Gosh, what is it we have to do to make sure that you don't? died 10 years ago. So what do we have to do this afternoon to make sure that you're not dead 10 years ago?
Okay.
Right. So mind has been sending a signal which has been designed to get you to do something in order to make sure that you're not dead 10 years ago. And that's what's been going on. Make sense? So, as you let that strange yet unarguable fact in, your mind is getting that it's putting a whole lot of energy into something that doesn't need to get done. Because there's nothing that we need to do to make sure that you're not dead 10 years ago. Yeah. And the whole flippin' thing was designed to get that taking place. Kind of sit a little forward on your chair, like I did there. That means a little more forward. Good. So arm goes out like that. And then you work out? You do. I'm teasing you. You're like, super. But I want to see how strong you are. So I'll ask you in a moment to try your best to push my arm down. And do that. Be strong until I tap your head. Then everything falls. Everything falls. Close your eyes. And 1, 2, 3. And let me see how strong you are. Push down, push down, push down. And melt. And melt. And melt. That's it. All the way through here. Yes. Yes. As that realization, with that amazing yellow light, clear, that you've survived. You can't die 10 years ago. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. And then slow, 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 slow. Yay. And yeah. So tell me what you're noticing, thinking, feeling.
I'm feeling a little bit
Lighter.
like happier.
I'm happier. Yeah. Well, I think you're also a little more secure.
Yes.
You're absolutely secure that you can do anything. I mean, you can chain smoke and rob banks, and you will not die 10 years ago.
I'm sure of that now.
Right? And so the thing that's really, it would be good to hear anything that you have learned, because if you'll share it, then others will learn it better, and that will enable people to be maybe not living with physical pain as much as they have been. So let's really pool our learnings here. A lot can go by without being noticed, but if somebody notices it, at this point, you'll bring it to others' minds also. Natalie.
So I really liked how you, when you were talking, you gave the visual of the future a few times, and you went, like you went in the one direction, and then you kind of like, here we are now. You're kind of slicing time, but using your hands a lot, which I just thought that was really cool, like seeing it.
Thank you, dear. I sure appreciate that. If you are looking to speak to someone regarding their future, you probably will likely be moving your hands toward their right side rather than toward their left side. But you can check and find out by so let's see. So Tessa, I'd like you to recall something that you did yesterday. And now something you did a month ago. And something you plan to that might happen to you in the future. How would you look if you were standing with just one foot balanced on a can of tuna fish? Yeah. So
That was the most clear visual I got.
yeah, I thought I thought that's what we needed there. So what is there to do about any of that? Nothing. What was there to learn from any of that? Probably nothing. But if the best way to see where somebody's eyes go when they think about future is by asking them to think about future and then seeing where their eyes go. The left-handed people sometimes are doing it the opposite of right-handed people. So you might check for that if you find things like that interesting. I don't find those things particularly interesting. So you noticed I don't much, well, I don't know if you noticed I don't much check for it, but you notice I'm not particularly good at it. But you might like being good at it, and if so, that's how that works. People who have had extensive training in neurolinguistic programming, who would be like my friend Chris Richardson, that's probably lurking in the background today, can really show you a lot about various kinds of eye movement things and how you can learn about people's minds in those ways. He'll do a much better job for you than I would. Marina? Oh, there he is. Look at, he actually showed up. I'm glad he showed up. Marina.
So, couple of things. First of all, it's really clicking the way to be entertaining. Like you're so animated when you're telling the story, and you slow down, and you know there's questions. So that's really clicking to be entertaining and how to draw attention. Another thing I found that's really interesting, the intention that you set for her, that for her mind not to read any part of her body as an enemy, instead of like, well, feeling free from pain or something like that, or easier in the body. So I found this intention really interesting. But I would love if, but so you started talking to her about that, you know, hey, like let's hate it for about 30 minutes or something like that. Could you give more explanation, like what you did there before you set the intention? Would that be okay?
Let's go ahead and hate it for 30 seconds.
Something like that. You
Yeah, it
started.
wouldn't have been 30 minutes because I would have been sitting there, you know, sipping tea, waiting. But I can't imagine why I did that, and I have no good excuse.
Okay.
Liz.
Hi, I have two questions. The first one is, when it comes to someone with an illness, the intention, I particularly think that it's important to have it like very clear, because you don't want to go like, oh, you're all like healed and everything is perfect, right? So what kind of intention would you I don't know, like say it's better when there's someone with a sickness And also the other question
Well,
is
no,
like,
wait, sweetheart. One at a
yes,
time. How am I supposed to remember the first one if you go into the second one? So the intention would be better on the way to still better.
mm-hmm.
If somebody's looking to lose weight, lighter on the way to lighter. Your second question.
Yes, thank you. The second question is, you were like doing something with her back, you know, like touching certain points. Is there something you can explain about it, or you
Yes.
were just like going with it?
Yes. If you're if you think it's oh, are you hearing me echo, folks? Yes? Yes, you are. Me too, and it's a little crazy making. So I
Luce,
think
can you
what I'll
mute?
do is just sign off and re-sign in.
I think it's loose. It was loose. Try it again.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Just try. Yeah, it's good.
Damn, Karen. Now I know why I put up with you. You're like amazing. How do you know all these things? It's like incredible. Yeah, I know. But you just do. So when you have an intention, your mind will come up with possible things to do to cause that intention to take place. So you can then do what has come to mind and then check on the effect of what you've done. So let's say this gal told me she had a headache, and if I was to touch her head or her body or somewhere, where would I touch, and how would I touch? And the answer is, I'm driven by the intention. So people beginning to learn from me, and probably a number of you guys, are looking at what happened previously to understand what I did. And then you see me do different things when the similar things seem to happen, and that gets very confusing. But what I'll do is more likely to come from my intention than from what preceded it. Hence, Liz, if you have this intention to cause this gal's headache to diminish or disappear, and it occurs to you to touch her in a particular way, in a particular place, you can see what happens when you do that. I would recommend that if you touch people whose eyes are closed, you tell them that they're going to be touched before they are. I would recommend that if you're looking to narrow the distance between yourself and the person you're with, as I wanted to with her, that the best way for you to narrow the distance is to cause her to come closer to you rather than for you to come closer to her. And I hope I did okay answering your question, dear. Janet?
I just noticed where I love the classroom setting, and then the classroom setting was kind of confusing. And then how all the students marched out in a line to a different location. And then the whole setting was different and it became clear, but it just felt like it was, you were realigning everything in her body when the students were marching out. And then she got the difference from a different location. And then you even reconfirmed that. Do you feel safe in the end? And she goes, yeah, I feel safe. That was one of the comments she made in the end.
Thank you, dear. Very good. It seems like about 10 minutes for me, because time seems to go fast when I'm having fun, but I'm not so sure it seems like 10 minutes for you. So why don't we take a 15-minute break to prevent hatred of the instructor, and then we'll get back together and figure other things out. See you guys soon. You're wonderful. I don't remember anybody commenting on the on what I was telling her, that since this chronic pain began at this time, the pain began to get her to do something. And pain is always about causing one to do something for survival, you know, the body's survival. And so I think what I might have suggested to Vanessa is that pain that is right there from that past means your mind has been trying to get you to do what needs to be done to cause you to not die then. I mean, didn't it start in order to cause her to do something? Why would it want her to do something? So that she won't die. So why is it still causing that? Oh, it's the same message, isn't it? It's true, but I mean, I don't know about that thing I just mentioned, but I know that it's kind of an interesting way to think about it. Jocelyn, and then we'll probably go back to the film.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually trying to think about that, and a dot that I connected was that, or I had envisioned that a participant could ask, well, does something still need to be done, or did I do it? Or why is that happening still? And the dot I
Yeah,
connected was,
so is there anything that I might need to do to make sure I don't die last year? That's when the message began. That's what the message is about. Is there anything she has to do to make sure she doesn't die then? And of course, the answer there is no, nothing needs to be done. And nothing needs to be done is the solution for all turmoil of any kind. Do you see that? Because any turmoil is coming from what? Emotion, sensation, or thought, or I guess impulse, habit. So it's coming from one of those. What causes those? Mind. Why does it cause those in order to cause an action? So if it's causing that and the action happens, well, that's not so painful. But if it keeps causing it, if it keeps trying to cause it and there's no action taken, but it keeps trying to cause it, that causes the turmoil, the discomfort that most of the people you know are experiencing. not necessarily with physical pain, but on some level, any emotional turmoil is coming from mind attempting to cause an action to deal with something that doesn't need to be dealt with. Let's see what happens next with this thing.
It's been an issue. Don't have to worry about that no more. Yeah. And with that, mind gets, oh, no. I'm teasing you. Really, super. But I want to see how strong you are. So I'll ask you in a moment what's been going on. Make sense? So, as you let that strange yet unarguable fact in, your mind is getting that it's putting a whole lot of energy into something that doesn't need to get done. Because there's nothing that we need to do to make sure that you're not dead 10 years ago. Yeah. And the whole flippin' thing was designed to get that taking place. Kind of sit a little forward on your chair, like I did there. That means a little more forward. Good. So arm goes out like that. And then you work out? You do. I'm teasing you. Really, super. But I want to see how strong you are. So I'll ask you in a moment to try your best to push my arm down. And do that. Be strong until I tap your head. Then everything falls. Everything falls. Close your eyes. And 1, 2, 3, and let me see how strong you are. Push down, push down, push down, and melt, and melt, and melt. That's it. All the way through here. Yes. Yes. As that realization, with that amazing yellow light, clear, that you've survived. You can't die 10 years ago. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. And then slow, 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 slow. Yay. And yeah. So tell me what you're noticing, thinking, feeling.
I'm feeling a little bit
Lighter.
like happier.
I'm happier. Yeah. Well, I think you're also a little more secure.
Yes.
You're absolutely secure that you can do anything. I mean, you can chain smoke and rob banks, and you will not die 10 years ago.
I'm sure of that now.
Right? And so the thing that's really been an issue, don't have to worry about that no more. Yeah. And with that, mind gets, oh, cool, but never mind. And stuff begins to shift. But what do you notice now as you look at that design?
It's the same design, it's cooling down. It was hot, and now it's starting to feel cool.
Wow. So that design is cooling, 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 cooling. Good. Close your eyes. Watch it. Cooling, 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 cooling. Shh. That's what I hear you say. It was cool and cooling down. Interesting words. Cool. Down. Yeah. And then when you're ready, you open your eyes. Yeah. And what do you notice as you look at that design?
The color is changing.
Yeah? What's it doing?
It was white, now it's getting black.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, it's like the color is, the blackness is, because the white was the paint.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Instead of black, it's coming as if the whiteness is going away.
Yes.
It's going away.
But what?
As if the pain is going away.
Yeah, as if what?
As if the pain was going away.
I was tricking you on that. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of interesting, huh? That going on as if the pain is going away, if I'm quoting you correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Well, not too fast, because I want to make sure I keep you alive 10 years ago.
Please do.
Yeah. But you know what? I think I could fall asleep and then turn my back on the whole matter. And there's no way you're going to end up 10 years ago dead. Or 10 years dead this afternoon. You don't watch yourself, you might be 10 years dead this afternoon. I'm not worried. Not about that. Yeah, that's something you will never have to worry about. And the rest of your mind is getting it, that you don't have to worry about that. Sometimes things pop into my mind that don't really make sense to me, but I just sometimes go with it, sometimes don't. But I'm hearing the word gooey. So I'd like you to just say gooey. Yeah. And then close your eyes and you'll feel nice hand touching your head and all kinds of stuff. And say it.
Gooey.
Say it again.
Gooey.
Yeah, say it again.
Gooey.
Yeah. And again.
Gooey.
That's right. Listen. Listen. Good. Good. Jaw. More. There it goes. That's better. That's better. That's it again.
Gooey.
Don't laugh. Just say it.
Gooey.
That's it. Seriously.
Gooey.
Seriously, gooey.
Gooey.
Say seriously, gooey.
Seriously gooey.
There you go. Good job. What do you notice now as you look at that design?
It's still the same. It's more black than white, but it's
So there's more black than, yes. But what are you noticing, by the way, through your body?
nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
Like there's no other sensation. Like it's really relaxed.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Didn't you say something about stiff and tight?
Yeah, that's mostly in my shoulder, my neck and back. But
Yeah.
like here feels comfortable.
Yeah? What's going on through your shoulders?
They're soft.
They're soft? Yeah. So slow, easy shoulder roll forward. Now backward. Now close your eyes, forward. Good. Now open your eyes and just the right shoulder forward. Good. Do it again and say hi. Hi. Anyway. Stop doing that. Okay. So there we go. Hi. Hi, you do. Anyway, things are just, yeah, and giggles are very bad for this patient. Like bubble through it, like those magic bubbles. Good, that thing, yellow bubbles. Yeah, good job. So, well, that's underway. So that's all way good. And yet we can add to it, perhaps. A way to add to it is I can ask your mind to scan back through data and select any experience that as we look at it together, then it's in the light. Then distortion is gone. And it's absolutely clear that it doesn't exist. And it's absolutely clear that nothing needs to be done about anything that doesn't exist, and nothing that exists has any meaning. Not that anything that does exist has meaning in my world, but certainly things that don't exist have no meaning in our world. So your mind scans, make sense? Back to select whatever perhaps glop, data thing, which other people call memory, probably it might have been a disturbing thing. I don't know, got it? Yeah. And you were about how old when that happened?
Probably about 14.
14? Gosh, that's got to be 40, 50 years ago. I mean, almost 10 years ago. So 14, you're how old? How?
Oh, now?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that.
You're not, okay. So 23, and you were 14, so about 9 years ago, more or less.
It's longer.
Longer than that. A thing took place.
Yeah.
Tell me the headline.
Oh, I can tell you what it is. It's actually quite horrible.
Yeah.
I was going to school with my dad drove us to school, and there was a pickup truck with a dog that somebody had tied into the bed of the pickup truck. And the guy was speeding, and the dog had fallen out of the truck.
Yes. So here we are. Now.
But it gets worse.
Oh, well, that's why I asked for a headline.
Yeah,
I remember.
sorry.
But you had to do it your way.
Sorry.
Okay. So do it my way. So the headline is, horrible thing happened to a dog when you were 14. Really horrible thing happened to a dog when you were 14. How is the dog though this afternoon? Yes. Because you were 14, that's almost 9 years ago. Dog is not feeling any pain. Dog is not feeling anything. Dog is fine. Dog is absolutely fine. And that good news, the dog is fine. That good news has been a little late in arriving into your mind, but dog's fine. Here you are. There's no pain, there's no accident, there's no suffering, there's nothing going on. Okay? There's nothing going on. You want to know about real suffering? How about World War I? I think that's a little more important than one freaking dog. So let's see some emotion about World War I. Oh, well, all right, what about World War I? Remember? World War I. What about that? Come on. We don't get any emotion about a whole war. Yeah. Why? Because you don't need to have any emotion. Your mind isn't causing emotion. Mind causes emotion, not that event. Your mind has been causing a feeling in order to get you to do something, in order to get the dog to no longer be suffering. It's all been trying to get the dog to stop suffering. The dog isn't suffering. There's nothing you need to do. The dog is not suffering. You notice I'm repeating myself?
Yeah.
It's because I'm getting through not only to the top of your little head, but the rest of it, which is somewhere around your neck. So the dog is not suffering, and the dog is not suffering. So, yeah. So I want to get that information to your neck. There it is. No suffering. None. It's okay, but there will be tears right now. That's right, it's okay. Because it's okay. It's okay. There's nothing has to be done. Yeah. Yes. Tell me what's going on.
It's stuck.
Huh?
It's stuck. I feel stuck.
Yeah. So we're right at what there is to do. You see that? So this has been big and it's been jammed.
Yeah, I feel it in here now.
Yeah. It's been big, it's been jammed. So let's get it that we're right on track pretty early in the game here, because this is an issue that's been causing physical discomfort and pain for years. So I'm excited that we're at something where there's significant energy to release toward healing. Got it? Okay. So that thing was awful. It burned into your awareness like a flashbulb. So, have you been to the beach? Do they have beaches? Yeah.
In the Caribbean.
Yeah. Okay. Did you ever have soft sand? Okay. So, I'd like you to imagine that my hand slams down into soft sand. And I take my hand away, and there's a hand print. And is my hand slamming the sand? Watch again. We'll repeat this slowly.
Right
for
now?
you.
No.
Okay. So my hand slammed the sand. Now there's a hand print. Is my hand slamming the sand?
No.
The sand doesn't know that. See, that print, that impression is metaphorically confused with the slamming. Got it? That's what can happen with our mind and our senses, hence flashbulb effect. You're so young. Have you ever seen a flashbulb?
I've seen it.
Museums? So it just like, there it is, still going on. That's what happened with this thing. That thing was still going on. Is it okay with you if that's done?
Yes.
Yes. Is it okay with the dog?
Yes.
Yeah. The dog is not interested in being an object of pain for someone who had that and has that level of love and compassion. So dog does not want to be causing a loving and compassionate being to suffer. Doesn't want to observe it, and he sure as hell is not looking to contribute to it. And let's free him from that. Because that's what's been going on. Got that? So let's free him. Yeah. Good. Nothing's happening to the dog. Free the dog. Good. Eyes are closed. And let's set him free. So that lovely energy, yes, can romp freely and do what it's supposed to be doing, which is creating delight. The impression stuck way too long and causing just agony. Dog is free. There you go. And you could even say to him, there you go,
There you go.
there you go. And he romps and he's free. And that spirit is free. Yes, that spirit is free. And free and fun. Shh. Good job. Shh. Even better. Shh. Gonna tap your eyebrow. And then open your eyes. Good job. And so, what happened that day? The dog had been in the back of the truck and tied in there, couldn't get out. There was an accident. Dog got dragged to death. Yeah. And now it's free. Yeah. There you go. How you doing?
Good.
Yes. Dog saying, better for both of us. Didn't need to be trapped in that frickin' pickup truck for all those years either, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So he gets to now just have a chance to cause you delight. And you got a lot of making up to do to him. So he's going to be just having fun, smiling at you.
No?
Yeah.
Can I say what the image was?
Sure.
That came? He took the wings and he flew
Yeah.
into heaven.
Yeah.
Into like doggy heaven.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's what happened. It was a few seconds and there he was.
Mm-hmm.
Except for there was a little part from still stuck.
No, he's gone now.
Yeah. Beautiful. Good. Well, check out that design. Yeah. What's going on with shoulders now?
Yeah, they feel soft. I don't have any pain in the shoulder. It's like, I guess the tension of doing this work, I can feel it in my head, but it's not in my back. It's not in my shoulder anymore.
Nice. Nice. So approach what we're doing more playfully. I having fun.
So I thought that it might be good for you folks to kind of experience this thing about that clearing of that prior experience and how the clearing of the data from the prior experience affected her body. So there's the potential. That's what you folks can do for people. And, you know, I've been doing it a minute or two, so you might not do it exactly like I would do it when you just start doing it. But look at the competition. Look at the rest of the world. How are they going to deal with this? Where's Tessa? Tessa, how would you had a number of years of full-time training in a trauma-based, trauma resolution-based therapeutic modality. You just saw it here. How would it have gone there?
So the somatic orientation that I was learning about, it was like there was an action or some sort of incomplete response that occurred at the time of the trauma. So the way to solve it would be to complete the response.
And how would that be done?
Like physical expression, like if there was an attacker and you wanted to like push them off, you would like do push, like literally do pushing motions.
So if somebody used that approach with this gal, would it have been faster or slow, or how long does it take?
For this, I almost feel like they would do something where you would set up some sort of theatrical drama where you reenact the whole scene and have her like run in and save the dog or something like that. So I don't know. I mean,
What would her experience? Well, you know a lot. You had 2 years of learning this thing. How would she have been during the theatrical experience?
she would have been re-experiencing the emotions of that event as she was reenacting it and responding to it.
So I would think that's a pretty painful process,
Yeah,
because that was a terrible thing for her.
yeah.
I mean, that was one of those, that was as bad, that was really top of her list of crap she had to live through. So I would just point out, and this is the process that Tessa is describing is one of the best processes. It's certainly will move people forward better than other stuff. However, as she mentioned to you, it would have taken significantly longer and certainly been much more painful to move through. God, reenact that. What about if it was what about if it was a gang rape? Tess?
I think that would be about like getting in touch with body sensations and emotions and like I don't think that there would be a lot of detail in terms of what happened with something like a gang rape, but it would be about getting in touch with and getting like capacity to feel what's going on in the body.
Thank you. So I'm asking Tess to share that with us because I'm looking to encourage you folks to not wait for perfection to move forward, because you probably won't do it in a way that I would look at and say, oh yeah, that's 100%. But will you attempt to cause people who have been raped to get more deeply in touch with the sensation of being raped? I mean, feel the rape. I don't think you will. And I think you'll have a clear vision. I'm looking to get her mind to get it, that there's no dog that's being dragged to death here. And then her shoulders can be okay. Thoughts or questions on that particularly? We'd love to hear from you. If we don't much hear from you too often. Or if we do. Okay. Oh, please, David, these three are enough, and go back to the film. David?
John, I'm wondering, are there certain questions that you do ask and certain questions that you do not ask?
Yes. Thank you. So, I was having dinner last night with my one of my sisters and her husband, and during our dinner, the conversation went to a gal that I had had a significant, a pretty long and significant romantic connection with, David. And my sister said, is she married or romantically involved with someone currently? And I said something, fun, like, why is it you think it would be a good idea for me to picture this gal that I was in love with having sex with somebody while I'm eating my green beans? And she said, what? And I said, I don't know. That's just sharing what came to mind when you were asking me, if she's doing anybody else currently. And she said, well, I'm sorry. And I said, well, just thought I would, tell you the effect you were having so that if that's what you're aiming for, you could. She said, I wasn't trying to make you feel bad. And I said, well, what the hell did you ask me that for then? Last time we went out to dinner, she said, you know that gal that you worked with in that program years and years ago? Did you hear that she killed herself? And I said, why is it you would like me to think about somebody I cared about suiciding while I'm sipping my martini? What's the thing there? And she said, I'm sorry. I said, oh, it's fine. So that's a way out of the way long answer to for David's question, but what I've seen happening, David, and many trainings I've done is I've seen people often from the mental health industry asking people questions. And if you ask me that question, the question has an effect on what my mind is processing. What it was processing is I was sharing a story of a time that was funny and with them. And but the question was, of course, going to bring my mind to speculating on her current romantic and sexual life, which didn't seem useful to me. So when I've been doing training, David, and somebody would ask a question, I think I used to be, from what I'm told, significantly more harsh and mean and awful. See, Jean just says, yes, absolutely. That would be one of the things that would have brought out that kind of harshness in me, hearing a question from somebody who's asking somebody something, and I notice that the question causes this painful disruption in what's going on within that person's thought process. And I might have, delicately said, why the hell did you ask her that, Whitney? And the answer would have been, because I was curious. And I would say something, kind of fun to ease the tension by kind of like, yeah, I think that's what Nazi doctors answered when we asked them why they were doing things like how long it took to boil a baby, they were curious. So the thing that comes to me is curiosity won't protect the participant from me. With curiosity, I can ask anything because I'm curious. And I don't think that's okay. But David, I'm loving the chance to answer the question you asked. So how do I know what question to ask? Well, by being effect-driven, by seeing the effect that I'd like to have. And then seeing, will her reflecting on what she'd have to reflect on in order to answer the question I asked be on my way to causing her to experience what I'm liking for her to experience. So with lovely Vanessa, my intention is that her mind is calm, clear, and her body is comfy. And her mind has been anxious, and her body's been painful. So what questions is it okay to ask? The ones that are on the way to your intention are the ones that are okay to ask. Not that the question is on the way to it, well, the question, but particularly the response to the question. Is the response to the question going to bring this person closer to where you would like her to be? Now, if your theoretical orientation is that the problem this patient is having is that you don't know enough stuff about her, which seems to be the thinking behind many folks in the helping professions who ask all kinds of questions so they know more stuff about the person. And that's drilled in during graduate training. Here's a list of questions that person has no desire to answer. Make sure you ask them, even if it's not relevant to them. So am I getting anywhere? Am I circling what you were looking for, sir?
Well, I just wanted to give you sort of an opportunity to address, where do legal questions stop, and curiosity questions begin.
Yeah, so you set me up to be able to slam that.
Any way you want to do it.
And I appreciate that, sir. And I hope I slammed it to your satisfaction. And that's not that complicated, I don't think, but David knows it's worth me talking about because it goes radically and dramatically against the way that things are approached by people in helping professions. Now, on the other hand, I think if it's somebody in a medical profession, David, and they're asking you this slew of questions that are historical in nature, I don't know that enough about medicine to be sure, but I kind of think that they have learned that if this, you could look for this, that, and do this about it. And so that makes some sense to me. They're not looking to verbally transform someone. And I think people in the helping, the emotional helping industries are frequently modeling from that kind of medical thing, which means basically ask anything. Because the more you know, the better you'll be able to come up with a diagnostic assessment and a treatment plan. So if you've gone to a physician for the first time recently, you notice they give you like a whole autobiography to fill out. I think it's with that in mind. But here, I think we better be concerned about the effect that we're having because we're doing a verbal interchange designed to have a particular effect. I hope that makes some sense. Kat, how are you feeling?
Much better, thank you.
Yeah, you look better.
Yeah, yay.
So now we don't have to stay up all night doing these rain dances anymore. You got enough energy?
I am, yeah, I'm good
All
again.
right, because we're getting tired of that. We're glad you're better, though. What's on your mind?
David, thank you for that question because that explanation really gave me a lot to think about. So thank you. And then I kind of just put up my hand because no one else did, and I felt bad. And then so I'm just gonna share a couple things that I noticed. My son's tutor came just while you were doing that last bit there, but before that, I had noted a couple things. One thing you said that I thought was really cool was when you had her giggling and you were like, yeah, like giggles are bad for tension. And you kind of did this and made reference to bubbles and bubbles popping, I think it was, and you mentioned the color yellow. I thought that was like really playful visualization there. And I think it was just before that I didn't mark down the exact wording. But you were talking about how there was nothing she could do to be dead 10 years ago, and there's nothing she could do like today to be, the wording was weird, but it was to be 10 years dead. And I thought that play on words was really interesting because it kind of was like, what? And then yeah, you
Yeah, I'm
moved.
suggesting that the pain is attempting to cause her to not be 10 years dead.
Yeah.
And so what's the message I want to give to the facet of mind that's causing the pain, that in order to get her to do something? And the answer is nothing needs to be done.
Yeah.
And that's the answer for so much. Nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to be done. God, I had a conversation recently. It was not much of a conversation, but I was in a setting where I was seeing a physician, and prior to that, I was being asked a bunch of questions by somebody interviewing me, and I didn't like the way she was interviewing me. And many of the questions were things I just spent a whole bunch of time answering on paper. So I said, I've already written the answer to that. And she said, it's easier for me if you just tell me again. And I said, it's easier for me if I don't get asked the same question twice, so figure it out. Then it came to me in my wisdom that it's probably not good to get people who might be doing, phlebotomy to hate me. I mean, don't insult anybody that spends time alone with your food or who's about to pierce any part of your body with anything sharp. So finally waking up to that brilliant revelation, mind came up with many thoughts about why I shouldn't have said that. And I did what I could to quiet them down by answering my mind that, it might be better if it put its attention at figuring out what I'm supposed to say to this gal if I ever have to see her again, to offset my prior rudeness, rather than lots of information about how I should have handled it previously. So it's kind of like noticing mind is attempting to do things that are good for us, but what that doesn't mean that they are good for us. And her mind was attempting to get this dog to not be dragged to death by a pickup truck in front of her. Yeah, 10 years ago. So I hope it's kind of making sense. It's hard for me to know how much sense I'm making. But I would ask you, if it doesn't, to please share that with me so that I have an opportunity to perhaps make a bit more sense. Whitney?
Okay. So I think my mind was also trying to get the dog to not die 10 years ago. Even though I told you, or you told us, like, don't empathize, but just like her telling that story, my mind made a picture and I started feeling emotion.
Yeah.
And so, like, I just tried to, like, focus on something else. But as she continued to tell the story, my mind was continuing to make pictures. And so, like, is this kind of like if there's someone angry coming at you, you picture a kitten or a baby on their face? Where I don't know, this time do I picture the dog alive? Like, what does one do? Yeah.
I didn't hear the last question. What?
Oh, what does one do?
Oh,
Or, like, logically, I get, like, don't empathize, but
yeah.
mind is making
So you have the intention that I mean, clearly you're looking for how to cause her to not feel that rather than how you can feel it too. And so what there is to do is see, in this situation is trickier. If you were meeting with somebody, Whitney, I'm not particularly concerned about that for you, because you'll be so focused on what you're looking to accomplish that that's not going to be so troubling. Since you were just in this situation, observing it, it makes it being okay more challenging. I used to do trainings in this it was a strange place. People would come and stay in cabins and stuff, and the place they gave me to do the trainings was big, but it was sort of like narrow and long. So if I'm in the front of the room, I got to look way back to see the people in the back. And I put on this film that I wanted people to watch. And the film was of a meeting I had with this gal who had been like rape tortured with me, and I'm sitting in the back row, by myself watching this film. And I started crying. And this really sweet gal, I guess, kind of heard me and then turned and saw me, and she came over and sat next to me, and she was like patting me. And then there was this other gal that came over, and she was on the other side. And then I think there were two more. And I've been trying to figure out how I can sit in the back of the room and cry ever since, because sure turned that into an amazing event for me. But the question is, why the hell would I be crying? I mean, I was there when the frickin' thing happened. I mean, not when the rape, but when talking to her about it when she was all screwed up. She's not screwed up anymore. I know that. I brought her through that. But empathy got in, and I just started thinking about women and getting raped and how and just the horror of it, and feeling it and really crying with it. So it's I guess I don't know how to do it impervious to any emotional pain well enough to teach you. because I'm not necessarily that good at it, but just go back to your mission. Go back to your focus. I'm learning what to do for people who have had a situation like this. That's my job here. I'm the surgeon, or I'm preparing to be the surgeon. I'm not allowed to get nauseous in the operating room. I'm going to get back to what do I do about this thing? So for me, this business of moving past empathy is a work in progress. But I can tell you, Whitney, that I do have a sense that, well, I strongly believe I'd rather be teaching things to you with that issue than somebody who doesn't have issues like that. So I'm suggesting that empathy is not really our friend, particularly if we get too deep into it. A bit it is, but focus on the mission, It's kind of like you see this battlefield trauma surgeon, and there she is, and this guy is just died while she was trying to save him, and she's starting to choke up because she's a caring gal. And so you walk over to her and basically you smack her in the head and say, get back to work. So Whitney, yeah, get back to work. So that's, I guess, what to do about it. But if that's not at all a problem for you, that's another kind of problem, I think. I don't think I'll bring you all the way through this film because it is, it's still longer, and I would like more time to interact with you. But why don't I bring you at least to the end of it? So we'll just kind of skip to the end of it and see how the thing goes. But you're already getting, do some significant trance stuff and use these patterns and pinpoint and clear prior experiences, which you just saw. And so there's more of the same. And then let's see where it goes to.
But it's really not up to you. That's it.
It feels like there's an energy coming up in the opposite direction from the black came down. It feels like there's a tingly energy rising up my back.
Yes. And would you stand up for me, please? And would you kick the chair back away from you? See the front of me? put your in front of me, put your feet together, all the way together, close your eyes, sense my hands, and find your heart. Yeah, that's it. Notice your body is doing interesting stuff. And you don't know what it's going to do. But what's amusing is that it's really not up to you. That's it. Legs stay stiff, trunk of a tree, but whether that falls forward or side or back, yes, really isn't up to you. And your shoulders really loosen. Just whisper the words. It's not up to me. Yeah. And be amused at how that's actually fun. And that's not what you were thinking fun would ever be about. But whisper it again. I think what's going on with your body? It's not up to me. Yeah, notice what happens then? And every time it sways and moves, you're not doing it? No, it's not up to you. And the inner mind is causing all that to happen, and with every movement, the process of regenerating, healing, softening, and making flexible is increasing and going up and down and up and around and through. Yes. And more. Yes. And more. Yes. Shh. Yes. Yes. And then slowly open your eyes. Look at my forehead. Just look at the spot there. That's it. And notice this.
So it comes to me to mention that she felt like things that were causing stress and tension and anxiety and stuff within her kind of kept going down, down, down into her. So if you notice the way this thing is healing and clearing, it's going from down up and up and up. And so she says, well, oh, my stomach is fine now. Yeah, not my chest, but my stomach is now fine. And then, oh, my chest is fine, but not my shoulders. So, it's kind of like we're looking to bring healing up. And I think that's what I'm focused on as I'm doing this stuff with her. I think.
And then this. And then try to keep your eyes open. Try. That's it. It's not up to you. And they're blinking, closing, closing, and close. Yes. And there's a star. It's perfect. And there's color. And it's within reach. Tell me the color. Yes, a red star. And then you reach it and touch it. Yes. And touch it with your head. Just loose. Falling. Yes, and falling. Yes, and falling. Yes. And more. And more. And more and more and more and more and more. So all of it is free. Yes. All of it. Falling, falling, falling. It's not up to you. Say it.
It's not.
It's not up to you. Say it.
It's not up to you.
Yes. 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 Completely free. Ah, there we go. And there it is. Okay, nice. Yay. What's that design look like?
It's gone.
What about this problem with the shoulder stiffness? I'm noticing a significant shoulder stiffness here. What's going on? What's going on in the back? What is that about? There you go. But you did a wonderful job. You learned so fast. And what a privilege to be there getting things clear. You're magnificent, you're powerful, you're a healer. And it's like. So I just want to point out, take full responsibility and then give the person all of the credit. So notice now she's better. And there's all the credit is going to her. You're amazing, you're a powerful healer, you're such a fast learner. Look at how much you're able to accomplish. You're astonishing. So it's my interest to take the responsibility and give her all the responsibility and give her all the credit. It's like there's been such an incredible bright light, but we got rid of the fucking lampshade. Got it? Got it. Okay. All right.
Hi, I'm Vanessa, and I'm here today to tell you about my experience with Dr. Connolly, RRT, and my chronic pain. I have had pain in my shoulders, my neck, my upper back for the past 8 to 10 years. It has been difficult because it caused a lot of headaches, a lot of preoccupation with discomfort. I found it very difficult to concentrate. I had to do a lot of stretches during the day to try to relieve the pain and the difficulty that I felt in my neck, my throat, and my upper shoulders. Over the years, I've seen doctors, many doctors, to help explain the pain that I was experiencing. I do not have an injury. I do not have a medical condition that could have explained it. I've taken medications for anxiety, depression, muscle relaxation, sleep. I've taken supplements as well. I've seen mental health therapists, massage therapists, hypnotherapists, and acupuncturists, all of which did not offer a solution to the pain. I invested in high-end pillows as well to help adjust my neck and my back when I slept, because the pain was so severe that I had difficulty with sleep and my quality of sleep was very poor. So I felt very exhausted and very fatigued during the day because of the constant pain that I was experiencing. I met Dr. Conley about a month today. And he did one brief session of RRT with me. And I'm happy to say that that pain is now gone and it has stayed gone. And I don't expect that it will return. So I just want to say thank you to Dr. Conley for clearing the pain that was in my body, and it has changed my life immensely. Thank you.
So, thanks for sharing that with me. And my intention is that it teach you things, but also that it's it's there to teach and to inspire. You guys have that. You have it. I'm teaching you some perspectives and some skills. You've got it. Just have the intention flow through you as you heal others. David?
John, so much of what we've been watching here has been hands-on. How does that translate to Zoom?
Well, that's why I never did Zoom until all of a sudden, nobody did anything in person. And that forced me to either stop or shift. But what I'm finding, David, is that doing things on Zoom rather than in person can even add extra advantages. So if I'm meeting with somebody like this, I can say, hey, stand up, move over here, do this with your arm. I can cause all kinds of things that will cause movement and sensation. I can't touch. But I don't really have to. So you've seen me do this process to change the root of the thought or coding. And in person, when I was doing that, with the people you brought to me, I was doing all kinds of things physically. When that was no longer available, I just did the same thing without doing it physically and added a couple of other things verbally and visually, and got the same thing done. The environment in which you meet with somebody online like this can has tremendous potential, and there's so much you can get done this way. And when you're in person with people, then you might have the ability to move outside of what this permits. But basically, David, the water seems to fit into whatever glass we pour it into. So in a situation like the solutions meetings, I've got to move through people pretty quickly and somehow make it to some degree entertaining to keep other people, interested and involved. And I start with somebody and I say, I got about 20 minutes here to make a difference. And then if I poured it into a bigger glass, it seemed to take as long as the glass was big. So I don't know. Other than I thought it was the dumbest thing ever to not work with people in person. Until I was forced to, and then I began to develop the ability to work with that format. I mean, the first time I did an online training, I limited it to a very small group, and it scared the hell out of me. How am I going to be able to deliver what's worthwhile? Now, I'm doing this every day, and it's figured itself out, sir.
Thank heaven for COVID and Zoom, or we would not have RRT all over the world now.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have paid that price for it, but I am. I mean, guy I met with yesterday is just to have a conversation about how he can be part of this thing. Was in South Africa, and it was as clear as if he was next door. It's a pretty amazing thing. And things that you have learned, or where do you feel at all stuck or concerned or awkward or anything in the delivering of this process? What have you learned, or where have you been stuck or confused in the delivery of this process? Let's interact a bit on it, because if we don't, then it just becomes like a lecture. You're better off if I'm not just lecturing. I know how to talk very slowly. So it's better if you talk to me. Karen?
Yeah, I looked down in the beginning, I was taking a note, and all of a sudden her head was like down. I'm like, how in the hell did he do that? Like, that's where I'm seeing the biggest growth edge for me at this moment. Like, how do you cause responsiveness that quickly? Or at all? Because I'm not getting that at all quite yet.
So oh no. We all love it when Whitney volunteers. So if just watch me, I'm going to take energy and push it with a sharp push, but then I'll feel where it lands over here. I'm going to push it from here, feel it over here. So I push. Yeah. There, you do it. You could do that. Hands like that. And your fingers are apart. You know, have you ever gone swimming? Do you keep your hands like that? Does that give you good traction? You're pushing energy. All right, put your fingers together. Good. Close your eyes and give it a sharp push. There you go. Got it? There it is. Good. Now keep your eyes closed and bring your hands together super slow. Think about pushing a spring, a tight spring. That's like the energy. You're pushing a spring, kind of like a spring they'd use to hold up a big bus or something. So notice how your hands kind of shake as you begin to apply more and more pressure as it gets closer to the center. That just the pressure of putting that much pressure to move hands against that heavy, that's it, heavy spring caused that to just go on. And now you don't have to push any longer. Just be interested in what's going on there with your right hand. Kind of be interested in that. And it's kind of interesting and fun to know that your hand is doing stuff and you can kind of wonder what it's going to do next. But as you wonder what it's going to do, that's it. Oh my goodness, it's doing so much. It's really rambunctious. As you wonder what it's going to do next, I know. And you don't know what it's going to do. You might find, I think you just begin to guess with me. I didn't ask you to guess. I said, imagine, I said, wonder. And you went ahead and guessed while you were wondering. So anyway, so now you guessed what your hand will do. And you're right, it might do what you think it's going to do. It might do just what you thought it's going to do. But of course, I wouldn't count on that. Because your mind is really enjoying keeping you guessing. And it's enjoying your attention and your responsiveness. And it's enjoying how you're responding to your mind as it's responding to you. You respond to it, it responds to you. That's right. And that's it. And that's it. And that's it. And then the response becomes even still, yes, more, yes, powerful. So think of somebody walking in an art gallery, and this gal walks in front of this painting. It's a lovely painting. And she says, oh, that's a good one. And then she goes to the next one. And this other gal looks at the same painting, and she starts to tremble and her eyes are tearing because she's really open to responding to that beauty. You're already responding in a lovely way, but just consider mind being even significantly more responsive, like that gal that was tearing and trembling, really responsive, but only to what is really of benefit to you, and then only when certain criteria have been met. Just consider that even still much, much deeper level, and know that next time builds on this time. I mean, you know what it's like to walk down a flight of stairs. 4 to 3 built on 7 to 6. Each one builds on the one before. Take your own time. And that's it. That's it. Only when you're ready, you can push your eyes to open. There they go. Good job. Thanks. And what were you noticing within you during those few seconds?
Oh, I was getting a crack out of what my hands were doing. I thought they were being ridiculous.
That's so cool. Thank you, dear. I'm going to leave us up, but just go back to gallery view so I can see everybody. I would suggest you go back there too. So the question was, how can you get responsiveness? So That's a good way to get responsiveness. To just use that sort of formula you just saw with lovely Whitney, because it's a sort of it's a fun thing to push energy. I'd much rather meet with somebody. I met with somebody for the first time for a short meeting just to see if what she wanted to do and next and with who and what have you. And I mean, she was responding significantly, even further than where it just went with Whitney. Within about 15 minutes of the meeting started. And so you can do that. You can intend to bring somebody there. But the question is, how do you become Whitney? How do you get to experience things like Whitney? People have been pondering this for many years. There are tons of people globally, it's reported, to wake up in the morning and the first thing they think is, I'll have a glass of water and think, how can I be like Whitney? I know that the rest of you have been waiting with bated breath. How can I be like Whitney? And the answer is, let me give away her secret. It's an act. She's acting. Now, you might say, well, if she's acting, I can get that she can act and close her eyes. She can act and do other things. But the stuff that was going on with her hands, nobody can do on purpose. And that can't be done. So how is it going to be an act if you can't even do it? Well, watch a good actor. Watch him when I was watching a rerun of this old thing that used to be on in the heat of the night. It's about this I don't know the actor's name, but he's playing, he's a chief of detectives in this town called Sparta, where it's a pretty white-oriented police force. And there was a guy who was captured and he knew the guy wasn't guilty. And then the guy hung him, well, no, he got beaten to death in the jail cell. And I watched the actor portraying this detective and his face, oh my goodness. And then one tear just pours down his face. And that was just, the emotion was so big. And watching that, he's such a splendid actor. How do you do that? By acting. Now, acting has two ways of thinking about it. Say, she just acts like she likes me in order to manipulate me. So acting can mean that. But that's not the acting I'm talking about. I'm talking about the acting that caused him to tear. I'm talking about the acting that caused somebody to tremble as they're acting. How do you do that? You just imagine it vividly. So Whitney, as I'm telling her what's happening, isn't saying, I wonder if it's happening enough. I'm not so sure this is happening. Or it is happening, but is it happening enough? Or is this going to be happening for me? She's not trying to figure out if it's working. And she doesn't do that when she goes to the movies either. She doesn't sit there with a pad trying to jot down how into the movie she is every 10 minutes. Because if you do that, you're not into the movie. So the way I go to the movies is I'll sit down and watch pictures of people who are actors acting like something is going on that they don't think is going on. And then I'm watching it going on and I'm all in it. I mean, I get scared or sad or all this different stuff. How? I mean, by acting, but not by trying to check on how into it I am. So if you have had the ability to really get into a movie or a novel for that matter, you absolutely have the ability to experience things just like Whitney did. Because the thing you experienced in the movie was as intense as what she just experienced, but probably a number of times more intense. But that's how you do it. You act. But when you act, it's not that first kind of acting. It's not the I'll pretend I like you kind of acting in order to use you. It's I'm gonna enter into it through my imagination. And you know who's pretty good at that is children. So I bet Nixon's a pro at imagination into experiencing things. And then you just engage somebody in something and the worst thing that can happen would be Whitney says to me, no, I didn't feel it with my other hand. Well, what did you feel? Oh, I was feeling basically that you're stupid. Oh, okay. So that could happen. And that's easily remedied. I have this little button at the bottom of the screen that executes Whitney. She's gone and will never return. Yeah, you know, I mean, basically, so what? Oh, I opened my eyes. You were wrong. Oh, yeah, I certainly was. See, my eyes opened. Okay. Maybe we'll give you another few chances. Maybe you'll get better at this. I'll get better at it? Oh. Yeah, you pretty much suck at it. You know, I don't see how you're going to get worse. So you'll either get better or stagnate. You know, that's the fear. The fear is, oh my God, what if it doesn't work? And, you know, what if it doesn't work? Oh, I could bend my arm. You couldn't stop me. Yeah, you're right. That's what you're really good at being able to do that whenever you want. You're the winner. But move ahead and cause these experiences for yourself and others. And that will for sure pay off. Karen, we're still engaged. What are your thoughts?
I noticed several things that I have not been doing that I will now do, and that was the detail of the stories, like really painting the picture and getting them to imagine that. And then it's almost like, in my mind, like creating an avatar and watching the avatar do the thing I want them to do, right? To be responsive. So that really stood out to me. And then I have been noticing appreciatively, when they're moving or doing what I'm asking. So I'm doing that, but I think using the imagery would really help a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go to the library when they have somebody reading stories to the children. Listen to professional storytellers. Bring people in and engage them. Take an acting class, take an improv class. Play with pretending. Kat, you were patiently having your hand up for a while and you put it down. What were you wanting to ask or say?
Yeah, just a side note on what you just said. If anyone's ever heard Robert Munch read one of his books, that is like how to tell a child a storybook. And so if that, I don't know if you guys are familiar, I think he's a Canadian author. But he writes these amazing books and he tells them so awesomely. But one of the things I've really been intending on doing is not being so awkward when I'm in session with like the segues. And I think I just like built them up so big. And I noticed today your use of the word so. And you just kind of pause and then you're like, so let's do this to start. And then another one, you kind of just like pause and then you're like, kind of sit a little forward in your seat. Whereas I tend to be a little more awkward. So it was really nice. Like I made an intention to pay attention to that today so that I could see what you were doing.
There's zero awkward, actually. What there is that when you're moving into new territory, you guys have tended in situations that are new to be kind of self-observant. Do you know what I mean by self-observant? I'm remembering in college this gal that, oh my goodness, I certainly couldn't approach her because she was way out of my league, but she was so way out of my league that I couldn't not approach her. And so one day I actually forced myself to walk toward her as she was out walking somewhere. And as I kept narrowing the distance, I was seeing my face. And my face kept enlarging and becoming also sort of like red and sweaty. So by the time I got to her, I'm looking at my own face. It's like a Macy's Thanksgiving Day balloon or something, this gigantic, hideous, ugly freaking thing. And I don't think that that comes with our bodies and minds. Well, first, no other life form does this, I'm pretty sure. And I don't think all humans do it. But there were a whole bunch of people doing their damnedest to control you as a child cat. Your parents, and then from, if that wasn't bad enough, the educational system, which was very intent on controlling you, and we were encouraged, weren't we, to kind of like look at ourselves. And that bringing the attention in to oneself is okay. If I focus my attention on myself, how can I talk to Tabitha? Because I just see this me looking like shaky and weird, which is what I think she's seeing. But I'm even seeing her seeing it. I'm just seeing this thing, and it's debilitating. But I don't think it's inherent in your biology. I think it was installed. And it was installed by people who were looking to control you because they figured that they had a pretty good idea of how you were supposed to think, feel, and act. Let's kick it to the curb. Let's break free. Let's break free like that handsome dude sitting on Cat's lap. Because he ain't thinking about his own head. You know? He didn't approach her thinking, oh my goodness, I'm seeing myself get bigger and bigger. What? So that's how to do it. Act. And make some time with each other to do that. So let's see. Well, maybe coach one of you who would like to be the facilitator in this little drama that we're about to enact. The participant will be easy to fill, but it will be more challenging for me to get the facilitator who will do this. So think about, there you go. And then you can pick, Marina, the person that you would be liking to partner with you in doing this.
Any
You
volunteers?
got some good choices there.
Let's see. No volunteers,
Pick
huh?
somebody you really don't like. This is a way to you can actually start to like somebody you've up till now really disliked. So
Alright. Someone who's been invisible, Aga.
who are you picking?
Aga.
Okay. But that person isn't here, right?
Yeah, she's here. I see her.
Okay. Let me try to change this. So, okay.
I
she's
raised my
here.
hand so you can
Yes.
see me.
Okay, good. So, yeah, let's play with this. Aga, are you good with being in that position here for Marina as she's learning this?
Yeah.
Okay, we got it. So, I would say, I mean, there are ways you're familiar with moving through this, but you probably don't have as much familiarity with that. So play with that with her. The
Okay.
way to do it is first you do it.
Okay. So I'll go. Do you have something to support your hands on?
She won't have them up that long. But that's a good question, actually. So yeah, good. I'm sorry to interfere. Yes, you're right.
Please interfere. I was hoping that I'm gonna be coached by you. All right.
Yes.
So watch me first, Aga, and then I'll ask you to do the same thing after me. So I'm gonna, so it's like I'm pushing the energy into my hand.
Okay, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Put your fingers together when you push energy like you would when you push water.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have my hands and my fingers are together. It's like I'm pushing energy with my hand towards another hand. Try this
Okay,
with me.
now watch me do it, Marina, and then you do it, and then you can tell Aga to do it. So what I'm doing is, there's energy all over. So I'm going to push with this hand and then feel the energy touch the palm of this hand. So watch. Yeah. You do what I just did.
Okay. So there's like the energy is all over. So I'm just gonna push energy with this hand and feel the touch in my other hand.
Okay. So who noticed anything that I did that was different from what Marina did, or Marina didn't do that I did? What, Dina?
You moved your eyes to the hand that it was pushing to.
That's it. Thank you. I had my fingers together. Hers were apart. It's hard. See, it works like with water. So if you're pushing through water and your fingers are apart, you don't feel it as much. You got to put your fingers together, and then tell her again, Dina, what you saw.
It was pushing, his eyes followed and moved as the energy was going to that hand, his eyes was going with it.
Exactly. You caught it.
Can
Go
I see
ahead.
it? Can I see it again, please?
Sure. So I'm going to push with this hand. Ready? So I'm going to give it a shove. Yeah. There it is.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna push energy with one hand and feel the touch in the other hand. Here it goes.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. See the difference? Now that's very careful observation there with Dina. I mean, that's a big level of observation, but yeah, that's what happened. And that's going to make it work a whole lot better than if you don't do that. So now you can go ahead and keep moving forward. I hope this is interesting, guys, and learning for you, because I think it can be good if we do this.
All right, so Dina, sorry, Aga, let's do it together. Let's do it with me. So push, yep. Can you feel it?
Yeah, I can feel it.
Okay, now what, John?
There. Okay, so you got that.
Mhm.
Now the next one was this. So Marina, not Aga, you just rest off this one, Aga. Marina, so you move that energy like that. Now, yeah, you got that. Now just close your eyes and super slow, move hands toward each other, slower than that, as if you're pushing energy like it's a big, big, heavy spring. And the tighter it gets, the harder it is to move. Yeah. And you just keep moving it and pushing it. That's right. So that it takes more and more effort to move it slowly, compressing it. And then you can stop pushing and just feel the energy push your hands apart. Yeah, even before I said it, the energy began pushing your hands apart. That's beautiful. Good. And then open your eyes. So you're going to want to get her to do that. And a good way to do it, I don't generally do it that way, but I'm realizing a good way to do it is to experience it yourself, do it, and then tell her to do what she's now seen you having done. So you take it from there and have her watch you, and then you get her to do it.
Okay, so Aga, let's put our hands in together, so fingers together. Uh-huh. Go ahead and
No,
close
sweetheart, you're going to do it yourself with her just observing.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'll
And then
demonstrate.
you're going to get her to do what she observed you doing, as you also verbally coach her.
Gotcha. So I demonstrated first and then I got it first.
Yes.
Okay. So Aga, just watch me first. So I'm gonna close my eyes and I'm gonna move my hands as slowly as I possibly can. It's like just like compressing energy. It's like I'm pressing the spring together. So that
Yes.
apart. But once I really, soften my hands, all of a sudden the hands go apart and the energy begins to expand.
Perfect. Now get her to do that.
All right, so how about I'll guide you through it too? So go ahead, put your hands together, close your eyes. Yeah. So here again, with the speed of the grass growing, begin to bring the hands closer together. It's like you're pushing the spring. It's like you're pushing the spring, compressing energy together. And notice the closer you move your hands, the more effort it requires. But then go ahead and soften your hands. And notice when you soften your hands, yes, your hands naturally begin to widen and the energy begins to expand. Yes. And then whenever you're ready, take your time, open your eyes.
Yeah, that's perfect. Now, each of you guys can do this. Just like Marina did, you can do this. Those are great. Next, what you'll do is do the same thing, causing her to get the, push right into it. But then stop pushing and just be aware of the hand. And that's how I began there with Whitney. And then her hands, what? My hands go right into the energy. And there they are. And now I'm just there. Yeah, in the middle of that energy. So the energy is moving my hand. Show her, or just get her to do it somehow or other.
So just guide her, or don't demonstrate it.
Whatever you want, just get her to do it.
Well, so let's do it together, Aga. So I'll get to experience that with you. So go ahead and close your eyes and just, feel the hands coming closer together. And then notice that you're not doing it. Energy is doing that for you. Yeah, and then notice when there was like a ball of energy between your hands. And just be with it. Just notice this energy and just be with it. And you're gonna notice that you're not doing anything, you're just noticing it. Like this ball of energy between your hands. Yeah, so you're just witnessing this energy between your hands. And here to take your time, open your eyes. Okay, and now release your hands.
So, what was that like, Aga?
Interesting. I could not at first, but eventually I could really feel the energy in the
Yeah,
ball. I like the
that's what I
description.
thought.
It
Good
helped
job.
me.
So the miss, Marina, was, so if there's energy between my hands and we're likening it to a spring between my hands, and you say, so feel your hands being drawn together, that's the wrong sensation for that image. Do you follow me? If you've got a spring between your hands and you're pushing against the spring, your hands are not being drawn together.
Right.
You're pushing them together.
Okay, so how do I get her to get closer if it's a spring?
Well, here, I go put your hands up like this. That's right, fingers together. And then close your eyes. Think of that energy right between both hands. And then very slowly push into the energy like you're pushing into a heavy spring. That's it. There you go. And now you don't have to push any longer, Aga. Just notice what's going on with your hands. They're right in the energy. Notice what happens. That's it. Yeah. You know, there's always a vibration there, but it's unusual for anybody to be conscious of that vibration. But the vibration going on through your hands is becoming so obvious. Everybody can see your hands are vibrating. And they're vibrating in ways that are impossible to consciously cause. And you may notice something else, something different, like a twitch, maybe a jump, a jerk. And I know you understand that a single occurrence like a twitch is different from something that's going on constantly like a vibration. You know that anything occasional, random, sporadic, or intermittent is different from anything that's constant. You know those things are different. But as the hands become more and more active in the energy, and as the energy begins to move them more and more and more, you know that, of course, it's different in your unconscious mind with its wisdom. That's the mind that's moving the hands. That's the mind that's moving your hands in a way that nobody could consciously cause it. Your unconscious mind with its wisdom, yes, knows more than you do, and knows that although, of course, what's different is different, that sometimes what's different isn't even different. And maybe we can think about that together later. Not now. Now isn't later. But now it is. That's it. And this response has become so definite that you can conceive of a still deeper state of responsiveness where this is going to be even better for you, Aga, even much better. Think of that deeper state, like a door is opening in the distance. You'd be able to slide through that door into that even much deeper level as you learn that your eyes are closed. And at this moment, as you feel what your hands are doing, it's no longer possible for you to open your eyes. You can try, you can't do it. That's it. Try. You can't do it. And then you slide all the way through to that even much deeper dimension. Down. Arms are melting as you're melting. Down. 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 You've been learning so much, Aga, but you've been learning even much more than you know that you've been learning. You certainly know a whole lot more than you know that you know. And you know a lot more about what I've been teaching than you know that you know, because the way the teaching works is it's designed to cause you to know much more than you know. That you know about what you know now, but forever, which are really the same. But who knows that now is the same as forever? But you know. That's right. That now is forever. Yes. Now is forever. This time much slower than before. You just take your own sweet time. Slow. Like a beautiful flower opening. Next time it's going to be deeper, further. Know it'll happen, intend it. That's it. Know it'll happen, intend it. That's it. Yes. Slow. You're going to feel so good. Yay. Well, you did great there, dear. What were you noticing within you during those few moments?
Super relaxing. I could see the door, and then it was just dark, but like really relaxing and pleasant.
And you were drawn through the door?
Yeah, at first I saw it far away, but I don't know what happened. And then I just kind of went over it, through it, and like just down.
Yeah. Yeah. How was it different after you went through the door?
It just felt like I just melted. It's just like floating, kind
Yeah.
of like floating, but like knowing that I'm still here.
Yeah.
Kind of like that stage between like before you fall asleep.
Yes. Nice. Thank you, dear. And we'll get everybody back here again. I hope that had some value. Is there anything that you would like clarified over the little thing we just did? Because we're right at the edge of the time that we have committed to be together. Which means that I just want to thank you so much for your active participation in this mission cannot take place without you. That's for sure. And tomorrow at 1, you might, if you don't have a better offer, jump into Open Forum, which can be a really cool class. And love to have you there for it. And if you'd like to learn a few more tricks this evening, hang out a bit later with us. But either way, maybe tomorrow, Open Forum, maybe Monday evening, Solutions, and please bring other people to Solutions. We really, that means a great deal to me, because that's what I do as a contribution. We do about close to 18 hours a month of that, and it's free, and people are coming from all around the world, and we want people to know about this, so we want more folks there. Please mention it to various people you know. Tell them you'll meet them there, and then ask them how it went for them. And then next Tuesday, we gather in this meeting again. So all of that is cool. If you want to hang out later, I'll see you in about 10 minutes. And if not, blessings, stay out of prison, and come back and hang out with us. Okay. Well, we don't have many people here, but we have the good ones. So that's all we need is the good ones. We got the good ones. And so I was thinking that maybe you'd like to learn more about what I was showing you guys with Aga and earlier in terms of how to do these, I guess we'll call them inductions, but that's not a great word. But we could call it that, or accelerators might be a better word. Unless there's something else that feels more pressing to you. That's kind of what might be interesting. You're only going to be with us for a little while, Kat, yes? So you have other fish to fry. So just let me know what you're thinking we could be doing that would be, oh, so we have her too. Now we've got the rest of the good ones. Good. Is there anything, does that suit you to be learning to be, yay, we have Natalie too. Does it suit you to be learning to be more skilled in doing what we're calling inductions or accelerators? Yes. So I'm think I'm getting some gentle nods there. Daniela, did you nod a little bit? A little nods. So from what you just saw, as I was my intention was to teach lovely Marina what to be doing with Aga, but Marina wanted to just get on that ride herself and not just sit and observe what was going on for Aga. So, but some of you guys were clear in observing. So, do you feel, Tabitha, like you could do what I was showing or trying to show Marina how to do with somebody?
I think so.
Yay. So who would you can't have Kat because she's going to go rescue children, do good things for the world. She's decorating her Christmas tree before Halloween. Who would you well, who would like to be assisting us by being the person that Tabitha will assist? No one. Then you just get to pick someone, Tabitha.
I'm gonna pick Daniela.
Yeah, that's a good choice. So we'll see what can be done there. Are you guys impressed with how I've been able to handle all this spotlighting and stuff? I mean, I think it's probably the most impressive thing I've ever done. And there we go. I will join you, even though I've noticed I look better smaller. There we go. So the first one we could just go with the same one since it's so familiar. So do you know how to begin, Tab?
Yeah, I'll just give it a shot.
Go for it.
Hi, Daniela. Okay, so I'll have you find a comfortable seat, sit upright, and maybe even if you feel comfortable, you can find a spot where you can rest your elbows, maybe a cushion, table. Okay, perfect. So perfect, you have your arms up already. And you're gonna have your fingers closed together like you see mine on the screen. And just watch what I'm doing for a second before you get started. So I have energy here in my left hand, and I'm just pushing it into my right, and I feel it right there. There you go. Just like pushing that energy.
Nice. So the only tiny tweak is there's energy. It's not that you have it in your hand.
Yeah.
Because we want her to have availability for it. So we want it to sort of be everywhere. So I'm going to, so there, there's energy everywhere. I'm going to push the energy with this hand and feel it over there in the other one. So say it that way.
Okay. So Daniela, as you know, there's energy everywhere. And I'm going to, as you can see, push that energy from my left hand to my right. And there I feel it. Catching it in my right as I push from my left, just like that. So are you able to do that as well? Yeah. Oh, sorry. We don't ask that. Sorry. Rewind. Go ahead and do that for me. Keep your, palms facing each other, fingers closed. And with one of your hands, you're going to notice the energy. It's right there, and gently push that energy into your other hand,
So,
following that.
Tabby, I think, hon, that people will be, if you close off visual, you'll get better with other senses. You want
Okay.
her doing something that requires imagination and also sensory experience, kinesthetically. You probably would get further if you had her doing that while her eyes were closed.
Okay. Is it valuable to have them do it once looking and then close their eyes, or it just doesn't matter? Or no?
No, because will it work better looking or not?
No, it would be better feeling it, which would require.
Right. So you don't want to, why not give the first one every advantage?
Okay.
So that's a great question. See, our little dialogue like this, other people have those thoughts or they're useful. And when we talk about it, which I can do with you since you volunteer and you're here, or I don't know if you volunteered, but since you're here, so go ahead, do it.
Okay, Daniela, we're going to do this again, and with your hands, palms facing towards each other, fingers closed. Gently close your eyes so you can feel into the energy that's already there. There you go. And with one hand, push into the energy, the other hand receives it, and feel the sensation of that energy. There you go. That's it. And feel that energy moving. And when you're ready, gently open your eyes. Okay. And what did you experience for those few moments?
I could feel the energy bouncing on this hand when I was pushing it. Yeah.
Yeah, so perfect. You got that. So watch, Tabby, put your arms like mine. Okay, watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this hand and I'm going to push the energy so that I get it over here. I'm going to push it hard. This short, hard hit. Watch, I'm going to hit it. There it goes. You do that. Like, hit it. Yeah, good. It works better when you hit it. You're going to move it further than if you go like that.
I see. Okay.
Think of water.
Right.
You feel it more than if you just go gently. So you did it gently. She did it gently. She could still feel it other way, and I bet you get an even better response.
Great. So Daniela, we're going for level 5, and we're going to put our palms facing each other. Gently close your eyes as you're ready. With one hand, you're going to push the energy. Yeah, there you go. With a little bit of force, push the energy into the other hand and feel it. There you go. That's right. And push.
Yeah, good
a
job.
little bit. Okay.
So the thing you missed, dear, thank you, Daniela, is you want to show her first.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
you can't show her when her eyes are closed.
And I didn't tell her which hand to use.
I think it would be better if you did.
Okay.
Tell her which hand to move. And so now go ahead and do it again.
I just want to know, does it matter? Or that's where I'm like, can they just choose? Or I want to understand why you have to tell them.
You can, I think you're better off telling people what to do. You're not so versed at that.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Am I right? You're not so
Yes, you're
accomplished with that, but we're going to get you to be a very accomplished and demanding young lady. They're going to tell people just what the hell to do.
right. Okay. All right.
So start from scratch.
Okay. So I'm I'm going to show you a process where I'm pushing energy from one hand to another. So here I have my elbows that are just resting on the table. My palms are facing each other. My fingers are actually closed. And here's my left hand, my right hand, and I'm just with a little bit of force. Actually, if you notice, there's energy everywhere.
Good
And
job.
with a little bit of pressure, I'm pushing the energy from my left and feeling it with my
Okay,
right.
so the thing is, and I'm going to be real persnickety because others are watching and they're getting it more and more. Describe it, then do it.
Oh, okay. Say it first
Yeah,
before.
describe what you're going to do and then do it because yeah, do that. That'll be better.
Okay. Okay. Gosh, I'm bad at, okay, I'll just do it. Okay. Daniela, I'm gonna do this process where I'm gonna push some energy in between my hands. So there's energy everywhere. And with that, I get to push energy from one hand into another. So let me demonstrate for you. I'll have my elbows on the table resting, my palms are facing each other, and then I'm pushing. Am I doing this okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
best so far.
Okay. I'm palms are facing each other, fingers are closed, and I'll be pushing energy from one palm into the next, or sorry, one hand, with a little bit of force, pushing that energy into the other hand. So just if you watch a little closely at what I'm doing. So here we have energy, it's moving all around. I can feel that energy and just push it right there into that right hand from my left
Hit it,
into
kiddo. Watch me. Hit it. Yeah. Yeah, like you're hitting the ball. Hit it.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. Pushing that energy.
That's it.
Maybe I
Much
should do it
better.
with my right hand. I'm not left-handed. So I think that's why, because I'm just like weak on the
You did it fine.
Okay.
Just do that.
Okay. So here we have the energy moving from my left, right, into my
That's
right
great
hand.
the way you did that. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to keep your head moving quicker. You don't want to do it after.
Okay.
So it's got to go right. Yeah. There you go. You had it.
Got it, I
That
get
was
it.
just one time it was a little out of sync.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry, because I know what you're saying, and to me it's a little silly that I'm doing that. But does that make sense? Can you follow that, Daniela? That I'm pushing energy from my left hand and I'm catching it with my right, just like that.
Or you're actually hitting
I'm
this
hitting.
hand with the energy.
Why am
I'm
I
not
not
catching it.
Oh
but
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what is this hand doing? If it's pushing, if I'm not like I'm absorbing it or feeling it?
Yeah, I just feel it like
Okay.
there. I felt it.
Okay. So you feel it with your right. So you want to feel the energy moving between your hands.
No, not
Sure.
between your hands.
Okay.
From this hand to this hand.
This hand to this hand. Okay. So I'm pushing with my left and then I feel it with my right. This exercise is a little challenging for me. But like this is a little easier for me, the ball thing.
But do this one. So that's great. Now have her do it. Show her and have her do it.
Okay. Okay, Daniela. So okay. I'll have you do something in just a moment. I'll explain it to you first. I'll demonstrate it and then you get to do it right after. Okay, so I'm going to explain to you a demonstration of how we get to feel energy. And I have my elbows, they're resting on the counter, and my palms are facing each other, fingers are closed. And energy is
Nice.
moving everywhere. And I feel I get a sense of that energy by hitting that energy from my left hand and feeling it with my right.
Yes, perfect.
There you go. And you're
Perfect.
just pushing and feeling.
Good. Now tell her to do it. You did it perfect.
Great. And so Daniela, I'm gonna I'll have you do as you're ready. So
Just
when
tell her to do things instead of telling her you're going to have her do them.
okay. Daniela, go ahead and do that as
Yeah.
well. So rest your elbows, palms facing each other. There you go.
Good. Do you want her eyes closed?
And she has her eyes closed, but
Yes, I saw that.
if you're ready, since you know what to do, your mind knows to gently close your eyes, and with your left hand, hit that energy and feel hit the energy with your left hand and hit it into your right hand and feel it with your.
But, sweetie, she's done it twice before you finish the instructions.
So
Okay.
You follow
No,
me?
that's okay. That's good. Yeah. So how do I get the participant?
Well,
Or how?
okay, but you notice that, right?
Yeah.
So how would I do that? I'd say, Daniela, watch what I'm doing. I'm going to push with this one, and I'll feel it here. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, you do that. There you go. Good, got it? There it is. But we don't want to be giving the instruction while she's doing the thing. It's like she's already engaged in it. She's running the race, and you're saying, okay, we're going to be starting the race soon. So that's where there was a dissonance, but that's just one little thing, and we fixed that. Good job. So let's find out what people might have learned. Did any of you learn anything from what we just did for Tabitha? No.
Yeah.
Lindy says yes.
You've disappeared, poor Tabitha. She froze. Is she
Yeah.
gone?
Well, I tortured her, so she's punishing me. Just,
Yeah. No, I just realized more about, I had always thought it was compressing the energy and had learnt it like that and feeling the resistance of it.
well, that's another process.
Oh, is it? Sorry, I've come in late. A dog got me out of bed, so.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you, dear. Good. Thank you. Appreciate you stepping up, Lindy. Anybody else learn anything from that wasn't already clear? Yes. Daniela?
I didn't know that there was like a focus on the right hand or the left hand. So I thought that was like gonna be
Yeah,
doesn't
it
matter
doesn't matter
what.
which hand, but just, you're going to indicate one. Good job. And anybody else learn anything? Aga, your hand is up there.
I think this time it became a lot more clear for me that it is so much more useful to say it first, because you kept repeating, we kept making the mistake of, so to say it first, them show it, and then just to say, now you do it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And just giving the command, you do it instead of asking.
Yes, beautiful. Thank you, Aga. Stephanie.
Don't lean on that because
It was definitely more clear for me that it was more of like a force, like a hitting, as opposed to like a gentle movement. So That was definitely clear this
Push
time.
the energy and then you feel it. Yes. Yay.
I have one more thing.
And Linda, yes, dear.
Don't miss me. I also understand much better now, and it was modeled in that telling people what to do so it just becomes natural and they get used to it. Being told what to do, you sort of getting that into the mix, right? Yeah, right the way through.
Yes,
good.
very good. The thing is that for most of the people that are training with me, telling people what to do is pretty new. And so you notice kind of like a little bit of a tension or awkwardness when told to do that. It's just a new thing. But other professions are constantly telling people what to do. Open your mouth wider, hold that position, do that. Lay down on that thing, stand up, take a few steps, walk back, lay down. I mean, they're just used to telling people what to do.
It's interesting, John, culturally, I find that American women, North American women, are very open to telling me what to do. And they don't realize that they are. Don't email that person. Don't do this. Don't do that. So I think whilst in person there's a politeness that's going on, in another way, they actually are quite comfortable, much more than culturally, say, more what I've experienced with European women. I've just found that. So it might be a bit of a fallacy.
I'm surrounded by
Women.
women, yeah. European women, African women, all kinds of women. And I never notice. I think that's very well the case, but it's just not something I've noticed. Yay. So let's see. So Aga, you do this with me. There, I'd like you to stand up, please. Yeah, good job. And just good. Just turn the camera so there's less of your, so there's not space between your head and the ceiling. Yeah, like that. Good, like that. So notice the t-shirt. Did you notice the t-shirt? So here's what you do. Walk toward me. That's foot. Good. And now just bend your knees to get your head face back in here. Yeah, right like that. Beautiful. And then just hands like this. Close your eyes. Arms go up straight, high. Lift arms high. Yeah, way high. And feel the strength. Feel the strength in your body. Feel the strength in your arms. Feel your hands so strongly pressed together that you can't even separate them. Your body is just too strong. Feel the strength. Breathe into it. Big, deep. Breathe into it. Blow anything. Blow it all out. Blow all the gunk out. Bring in more strength. Come on. Big breath in. And straighten your legs and lower your arms slow and easy. There you go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes. Yay. hands separate finally. Yes, eyes can open and have a seat. Look for the chair first. Good. Yay. We spin around to do that too. It's so cool. What did you notice experiencing, Aga?
I felt the strength, which was weird 'cause it's a weird position to be in. But then the muscles are tense, so I could feel, that I am strong, the strength. And kind of just relaxing at the end with the deep breath and then the exhalation. The exhalation was kind of relaxing in a weird
Yeah,
way.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Now you do what I just did with you with Mindy.
Okay. Where's Mindy? Oh. Hi, Lindy.
Here, we can make it
Otherwise known
bigger
as
for you.
Lindy. Right now, I'm in my pajamas with a shirt over. So
I
this is
said
on.
Mindy, I keep confusing that. I'm sorry, sweetheart.
But that's all right.
Lindy.
I think of you as more Mr. Lidwell. Okay.
Wonderful, Lindy. I see you already got yourself in a position. If you can move up the camera just a little bit. So, okay, perfect. Yeah, I think that should be good. If you can now take a step forward.
Yeah, so this whole, if you can thing,
I know.
drop that. Because it's implying, you know what I think, Lindy? I think you might not even know what the hell to do to follow a simple direction.
Yes.
Well,
Lindy,
she can, so just tell her to do it.
Lindy, take a step forward, a small step forward, and
Much
now,
better.
much better. Now bend your knees. Just take a small squat, and perfect. Perfect. And close your eyes. Put your hands together and close your eyes. You got it. Now feel your strength. Feel your legs, feel your arms, your hands, and press really hard. Keep pressing, keep pressing. And now put your hands up, raise your arms, high, high, perfect. And feel your strength. Feel your strength, your body. Take a deep breath in and exhale. Exhale all the gunk, release out.
Then tell her to stand up.
Now stand
Yes.
up
Good.
and gently,
And let
slowly
the arms float down. Good.
lower your arms.
Yay. And then have a seat.
And have a seat.
And now ask her what she noticed.
And what did you notice within you during those few moments?
A surprising amount of strength. I was in a really awkward position and on a tile floor. And I've only just got out of bed, actually. So I haven't much activity. So before sitting here. So yeah, no, it was amazing. And it feels very clear.
So there are two things happening. One thing is we're showing you the power in doing that. But another thing is, Aga, you moved into finally just being directive. Could you feel the difference, Lindy, from when she's sort of passively telling you, can you do this? Would you do this?
Yes, and it felt more secure.
Yes, so she
when
feels more
directive, because she was
comfortable.
holding the space. Yeah.
She's more comfortable as you're more controlling.
Yeah.
But we resist, or we don't resist, people sort of uncomfortably move into that because they don't want to be like, oh, I don't want to be too bossy. But the interesting thing was not only that Lindy felt strong, but that that she felt more secure, meaning more cared for when you were more directive. When you were doing that, I was concerned that the length of time that you had her in that position was 3 or 4 times longer than I would have. So you're a more effective drill sergeant than I am. But you know, I want to make sure she does it. And boy, this gal is about to get a good talking to. Wait. So got it. There was just a whole lot learned there. So thanks for helping. I don't know what I did to her, but I was just trying to teach her some things, and I like her, and then she just disappeared, and it reminds me a lot of what happened when I was in junior high, and I tried to talk to this gal, and then she just vanished on me, and it filled the same thing. And I don't know what I did to Tabitha, but
Sorry, my internet cut out.
oh, she's back. Oh my goodness, she's back. Oh, let me take a few breaths here. I think I'll be all right. That was major trauma. That was, don't ever do that again. Oh, I mean, not just me, other people. The people were shaking, hyperventilating. I said, "What do you think, Lindy?" She said, "What I think, what happened to Tabitha? What happened to Tabitha?" Everybody was just completely freaked by you. But whatever, there we are. We have you back. We feel a little better. So what are you thinking? Natalie, what are you getting from this silliness so far?
So I think I get a little bit overwhelmed with like trying to remember absolutely everything. But then I
Yes.
like how you were able to do it with like very like just very short, saying very short things to do. Like I think I'm
Yeah.
complicating things. One thing also I like just from personal experience with this is I do also feel like I almost get lost when you're speaking. Like I'm almost going into trance myself, and yeah.
Yes.
So it takes me, I have to like go back and watch it and
I get you there. So that's, I mean, it's nothing, right? So I'm teaching how to talk to people in the way that sort of is causing these like trancy experiences. Wonderful Natalie is saying, you know, it'd be a little easier to listen to you if you didn't keep doing things so damn trancy. So it's so cool. But yeah, I mean, like try to teach Marina something, you know? Hey, Marina, watch this. What'd you think of that, Marina? It was very floaty. It's not supposed to be floaty. You're supposed to be watching. What are you doing? So so approach that one um, 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 carefully. You don't need to put people in like stress positions like that. I knew, but I wanted to see you just push somebody, and I knew Lindy would be fine with it. Although when you wanted to stretch it to a half an hour, I was thinking I'd have to go there and revive her if you kept it any longer, and she's more than a few minutes away. But yeah, so but direct people to do things. Stephanie, put your hands like this. Okay, well, I didn't mean that. You don't really have to, but watch me do it. So here I'm gonna think about pushing into energy like it's a spring that then pushes my hands out. So you put your hands up like mine, dear. Good, fingers together and very slowly. Close your eyes, really slow. Push super slow, but think about pushing against that spring that's very hard to push. That's it. Push super slow. You're doing great. Toward that spring. And then when you stop pushing, the energy separates your hands. So just, there it goes. And you push into it again, slower, and this, you can press the energy. It's getting tighter, tighter, tighter as you do it. And tighter as you do it. That's right. And then again, you just stop pushing. There it goes. And then open your eyes. Perfect. That worked wonderfully. What did you notice there?
I was just very concentrated on what you were saying.
You're focused on what I was saying.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Hands like this. Close your eyes. Same thing. Gradually push the hands into the energy. Push the energy, push the energy, push the energy, push the energy. Push it, it's compressed, and then we're going to leave the energy there. You take your right hand now and just move it toward the other hand 2 inches. Yeah, so you're going to move that right hand further, move it right into the center of the energy, right into the center of it. There you go. Now you don't have to move it at all anymore. You don't have to move it. Just notice what it does on its own. Notice the thing. That's it. Notice just what happens to it. Notice the way it moves. Notice the movements that take place. Don't you consciously do a thing to move that hand. That's right. And don't consciously move the fingers. That's right. Just notice what they're doing. Notice, folks, how we dress the command right into that. That's right. You don't have to consciously move the hand. That's right. You just feel it moving. There it goes. That's it. Just feel what it does on its own. That's it. See, that's an altered state of consciousness, folks, because how often do you just pay attention to your hands and wondering what they're going to do? So as soon as she's doing that, she's doing something very different than what people generally do. And as you continue doing that, Stephanie, that's it. You just kind of notice and then begin to do this. Wonder what your hands are going to do next. Will they touch? Or will they not touch? Just wonder. And it's forgivable if you begin to guess. Because it might not happen the way you guess. That's it. Yes, they did touch. And now we know your mind is really responding in a lovely way. Yes. Consider even a deeper response. That's it, an even more dramatic response. Just consider that. Look forward to that. So that you just feel it even bigger. Yeah, feel it even bigger. Yeah. Realizing every second is on the way. There you go. There you go. So your jaw released, your lips have softened, your mouth is much more easy. The healing is going on with even more speed and power.
Sorry.
You have a little person there.
Come say hi. Why? Because you're interrupting. Yeah, now he's gone.
Oh,
That was so cool.
What?
And what I thought was so cool was the fact that things are happening to my hands and my body, and I'm aware they're happening, but I'm not doing it.
yeah.
It's
Isn't that something?
it's the craziest thing.
What?
I always, mi amor, I'm not talking to you, Papito. Give me five,
Ah.
give me.
I'm curious.
So, I always
Um,
assume when people are in trance or when you do a trance thing, you're not aware of what's going on.
Isn't she cool? Um, yeah, you know, I'm remembering people I took out to $100 dinners and they just said, is this it? I just tell her, your hands are moving. Wow.
I'm
Yeah,
easily amused.
That's like so
Have a cheap
good.
date.
I feel much better. I don't know whether it did you any good, but I feel great. That's beautiful. And that's it. Yes, trance has nothing to do with unconscious. Unconscious is asleep. If somebody you're meeting with goes from trance to sleep, they won't respond. So if I'm not sure whether Lindy's asleep, if that ever happened, I would say, and now Lindy, take a deep breath. And I'd watch. If she's asleep, she won't. So if she's asleep, I got to bring her back to consciousness. But that doesn't happen to me anymore. It used to happen all the time because I would talk in a monotone to people that were laying in recliners and dim rooms. So Daniela, so your hand is like this, yay, and then slowly like this, and then like this, and then like this. I'm just messing with her, but no, I won't do that anymore. I'll try not to do it. Okay, put your hand like that, the fingers together. Look at the back of your hand. Look at any place on the back of your hand. That's right, that spot. Hold that spot. Hold that spot. Just that spot. As you focus on that spot, of course, you can see much more than just that spot. And perhaps since you can see much more, you might even notice something consciously, or perhaps the things that happen won't even be consciously noticed. But I'm noticing that those fingers are beginning to twitch. And I saw the ring finger kind of begin to not just twitch, but sort of vibrate. Yes, and then pinky just jumps out, and let's wonder what's going to happen next. You know what it looks like now. So close your eyes because you still know where your hand is. You know where it is. That's it. You know where it is. You can't see it, but you know where it is. That's it. You know where it is, not because you can see it, but you can sense it. You can sense it because you can feel it. You can feel it because that's it. Sensation. Sensation is yes, 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 yes. A manifest. Yes, man. Yes, yes. Sensation is a manifestation of energy. Those movements there through the ring finger, causing it to like jerk and jerk and jerk from one side to another, and then middle finger moved in with it, and there's more and more of a greater and greater response. Now, the reason that's exciting is because each of those little movements is an outward, visible sign that inner mind is not just powerful. That's it. Your mind is also wonderfully responsive. When certain criteria, yes, are in place. There's a word, Daniela, that's so powerful. I won't ask you just yet to say it out loud. In fact, you don't even have to think about how it would sound if you said it out loud. Just think about how it would sound if you were to whisper. Yes, the whisper that word. The word is yes, yes. So whenever you notice any kind of twitch, jump, jerk, or even energy anywhere through a hand or finger, yes, you just think yes. Like it's an excited whispered yes. You just think it yes, yes. And notice as you're responding now with more and more yeses, there are more and more movements. So many movements, it's hard to keep up with them with the yeses. But you just at least try to think yes, yes, yes. Every time there's a that's right. That's anytime there's an energy, a movement, yes, yes, yes. And as all that's going on, just keep up with the yeses. That's right, because as all that's going on, the things you've been learning, and you've been learning so much more than you know you've been learning, are right now being integrated, sorted out, kind of like when mail comes into the post office, it all just gets dumped. It's going all over the place. And then they sort it so that when the mail person comes to the home, just what is needed is right on top. That's how your mind is now organizing information. So as you meet with people and cause shifts and changes and transformations and wonderful things to happen, just what to do, just what to say is on top. It's like a card trick where just the card you want shows up right at the top of the deck, just the information that is going to benefit the person you're with pops right to the top of the deck, to the top of your mind. That's it. And already there are beautiful responses. Yes. Mind is really taking in, organizing that information. Yes, I don't know, you'll be surprised. Maybe you'll just be delighted when you realize what a difference you make all over the place. Yeah, what a difference you make all over the place. Yes. Hey, think about what it would be like to even be still more responsive to what we're doing. You remember I talked earlier, I think I did, about the gal in the museum, and the one who sees the painting and just trembles because she's so responsive to what has value. She's responsive to what has value. Yeah. And that has such a value to take in that beauty and things that have value for you. Just consider what an even deeper response would feel like. Don't you try to get there right now. No. You don't need to do anything. Don't put any effort into it. Your breathing is shifted, your jaw's unlocked, your lips are soft, your hands been jumping, jerking, moving. This is really better. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good, Daniela. And something that you don't need to be conscious of is now getting repaired. Something that was going on within you that just wasn't working to your very best advantage is being adjusted unconsciously. So you won't have to do anything about it. We've already taken care of it. That's it. We've already taken care of it. And that's right. The hand continues to do interesting things. Interesting things. And if it happens that your hand actually touches your face or your neck or somewhere on your body, as soon as that happens, instantly, much, much, much deeper. So that when you feel the touch, yeah, 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 then you just melt more. That's it. And something's happening with your shoulders. I feel I'm drawn to, like I'm standing behind you. I've got my hands on your shoulders, and I'm going to just kind of push the center of your back forward while pulling your shoulders back, and something is going to release. Here it comes. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. You'll hear a snap, and things will just snap into shape. Here comes 1, 2, 1, 2. There it goes. Again. There it goes. Yes. Shh. Next time, further, deeper, even better. Yes. Take your own time. Slow, slow, slow. Slow wins the race here, Daniela. Come on back, but do it slow. Come on back until you're up again enough where you could try to push. Yeah, up to where you could even try to push your eyelids open to where you could try to push, but now you just melt down further, much deeper, much faster. There it goes. I see this like it's a little tiny cyclone. It's amazing, and it's moving. It's got an amazing color. It's moving through your body. It's finding places to clear and heal and revitalize and energize. Oh my goodness, it's doing such beautiful things for you. Buzzing around, and I'm not controlling it, and you're certainly not controlling it, because that energy knows what it's doing much more than I would know or you would know. And then, yay, take your time. Think about next time. Further, deeper, more, better, better, more. That's it. Till finally, you can finally push to sit up. Come on, push. It's not easy. Push, push, push. You're going to have an amazing day, and then beautiful dreams that spark even more creativity. Yeah, so nice. Slow and easy till your eyes can finally open. Yay. And what did amazing Daniela experience in those few moments?
Um, so many things, and but also so much peace as well.
So many
And
things and so much peace.
yeah, it was like the two extremes together. But
Yeah.
the peace was much stronger than everything else. It was
Yes.
beautiful.
Beautiful. Thank you, dear.
And I could
So,
feel the energy when you were saying about this cyclone. I could feel like the vibration of it was beautiful.
feel like what?
The vibration when you were saying that there was like this cyclone or vortex or
Yeah, yeah,
of
yeah.
energy. I could feel it. Really good. Really
Yeah,
nice.
you're
Thank
you're
you.
you're going to definitely live longer.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. And healthier and funner. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we can very quickly sometimes cause an individual to have an experience. Quickly, we can cause an individual to have an experience. And who does that, right? You know, other people, so what are your problems? you know, you can actually cause an experience within a few minutes of meeting somebody. And then as you can cause experiences, you can make such a big difference in people's lives. It's, where is all these terrible things? No, we can't get him in here. Little Darwin is looking like so amazing. I thought I would try to capture him for you. Come here. Come here, right now. Come on. Get over here. Come here. Come here and see these lovely ladies. His bed is the same color he was. He is. That's what I was trying to show you. And he was just, he blends right in. So I have to look really, really close to see if he's actually in it. You can see he's very aggressive and dangerous, aren't you? He says, Dad, I was in the middle of my nap. The heck? He's not wanting to wake up in too much of a hurry. Hey. Anyway, you guys are the best. I hope it was fun to stay a little later and do a little more. I'm encouraging you to start pushing into doing these accelerators with people. Do them a bunch. Do little things. Do, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Do something. Just tell people, hey, do this. Look at this. Move this. Want to see something? Watch this. Want to see this? Do this. Watch this. Yeah, there. What's that? Before we go, Tabitha, where are you?
Yeah, I feel pretty good, but
Geographically.
Oh,
Geographically.
okay, like no, I'm feeling okay.
Where are you?
I'm in Austin, Texas.
And Lindy, where are you? What? It's fun to watch her lips move with her self-muted, isn't it? Lindy, where are you?
Sorry, I'm on the edge of a rainforest in the Daintree, far north Queensland, Australia.
Daniela, where are you?
London.
Stephanie.
Miami, Florida. And by you.
Pretty close. Yeah, we could throw snowballs, but there's no snow. Aga.
I'm in Spain.
What?
Isn't that something? Isn't this like amazing?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it like amazing? It's amazing to me. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm so not used to it. I find that the opportunity to be with wonderful people like you guys, amazing people, amazing women, from all over the world, it's like astonishing. It's so exciting. I feel so grateful to every one of you because every one of you like really shows up. And I can't do it without you. And I really want to do it because we can make the world so much better. But let me give lovely Tabby a chance to answer the question she thought I asked, which I just meant, where are you? And she started to tell me all personal things. I just meant, where are you located? She's in Austin, Texas. They have signs around that say, keep Austin weird. And now we have people running for office and they're all about weird. Tabitha, what were you going to say, dear? Tabby, where are you?
Why do you always pick on me?
Because I hate you. Where are you?
Where am I like in life? Yeah, I think just some more practice would feel really good. So
Well,
But
you got
I
to
like
practice great. Did you feel okay when I was coaching you before, or did I intimidate you?
no, you weren't intimidating me. I think because like I hear you say certain things and then I'm like, wait, you just said that. And then I was just getting confused because I thought you say something and you were
Yeah.
correcting me. So then I'm like, oh, so yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll just,
But that's, I mean,
yeah.
it's a little difficult being that closely coached,
Yeah.
but it's great for people and it's great for you, So
Yeah.
I pick up on your enthusiasm, and that's why I pick on you regularly. You guys have a beautiful rest of your day. Thanks for everything you do. Please come to Solutions and send some people. I'm concerned we want to really build that, and I'm not figuring out how to. So please help me with that. See you later. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Lots of love. Bye-bye. Be safe.